Welcome. It's Monday, June 27th, 6:30 p.m., and the Council of the Town of Oakville is meeting as Planning Development Council. Madam Clerk, I understand we have regrets from Councillor O'Meara and Councillor Robertson. Are there any other regrets?
No, there are no other regrets.
Thank you. Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Madam Clerk, I see none. Council, it would be in order for two of you to move and second that we resolve into committee of the whole. Councillor Lischina, thank you very much, and Councillor Longo. Is there any objection? There being no objection, that carries, and we are resolved into committee of the whole, which is our custom for considering planning matters. The rules are somewhat relaxed compared to a formal council meeting to facilitate public consultation. We have no public consent items listed on the agenda today. However, we do have a confidential consent item, and I would look for someone who'd like to move that. Councillor Duddock, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, that carries, and I can read that Council has passed the following resolution. Town Council hereby agrees with the owner of 2477 4th Line, Oakville, to extend the date for deemed withdrawal of the notice of intention to designate the 16 school property at 2477 4th Line past July 1st, 2022, until the later of the dates, A, that Town Council makes a decision on the hearing report from the Ontario Land Tribunal and either passes a designation bylaw or withdraws the notice of intention to designate, respecting the notice of objection from the owner of 2477 4th Line, or B, the owner of 2477 4th Line withdraws the notice of objection and the town passes a designation bylaw. Thank you, everybody. Our first public hearing item is a public meeting report for 1258 Rebecca Street, and we have a presentation from our senior planner, Mr. Paul Barrett. Mr. Barrett, you have everybody's attention.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This presentation will introduce this planning application in conjunction with a statutory public meeting. No recommendations are being made at this time. Following this meeting, and once the review is complete, staff will bring forward a recommendation report for consideration by Council. The subject property is located on the south side of Rebecca Street, across from the terminus of Warminster Drive, east of the Woodside Public Library and the new Halton EMS station, and it has an area of approximately 0.6 hectares. The proposed development consists of 3 new lots fronting Rebecca Street for market-based detached dwellings, highlighted in blue, and 14 semi-detached dwelling units in bungalow-built form, which are intended to be operated as an assisted independent living community with supports. The proposed 14 semi-detached dwellings with assisted independent living are proposed to be approximately 600 square feet in size each, include 1 bedroom layout. It would be in a bungalow built form and have 1 parking space per unit in a private driveway. In addition, 4 proposed visitor parking spaces are also proposed as part of this development for shared use. Access to the assisted independent living community is proposed via a public roadway off, or rather a private roadway off Rebecca Street, aligned with Warminster Drive, signalized intersection to the north. The design of the private road includes a separate 1.5 meters wide sidewalk to facilitate pedestrian access to the site from Rebecca Street, together with a pedestrian connection to the Woodside Library site to the west. A central courtyard is also proposed to provide outdoor space for the tenants to gather and socialize, together with an additional community garden space near the northeast corner of the community. The subject property is identified in Schedule A1 urban structure of livable Oakville as being within the residential areas. Some growth and change may occur within residential areas, provided the character of the area is preserved and the overall urban structure of the town is upheld. The subject property is designated low-density residential by Livable Oakville. The low-density residential designation permits detached, semi-detached, and duplex building types up to a density of 29 dwelling units per site hectare. The proposed development would have a density of 26 units per site hectare. The staff report provides more detail regarding applicable policy. However, I want to emphasize that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment will be reviewed against Section 1119 of Livable Oakville, which provides criteria to be evaluated against to maintain and protect the existing neighborhood character. The subject property is zoned RL2 suffix 0. For the proposed 3 detached lots, the applicant is seeking relief from the zoning bylaw for lot area and frontage standards as outlined on this chart. For the proposed 14 semi-detached dwelling units, the applicant is seeking relief to permit semi-detached dwelling units in the RL2 suffix 0 zone, a reduction of 1 parking space per unit, and the parking spaces would be located outside of a private garage in a driveway, reduction of rear yard setback to 3.0 meters, and to specify a 2.0 meter separation between the dwelling units, again, as outlined on this chart. This slide replicates the issues and the matters that have been identified in the staff report for further review and consideration. The applicant also held a public information meeting on February 23rd of this year, and it was attended by approximately 21 residents. Questions and answers from the meeting have been included as Appendix A of the staff report. All other public comments received as of this date are included in the report as Appendix B. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forth the following recommendation as shown for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Madam Clerk, are there any delegations phoning in on this item?
No, there are no phone-in delegations.
Thank you. Council, have any of you identified any additional issues to add to the issue list presented by staff to be considered in formulating a recommendation? Mr. Charles, I think it might be in order now to make a decision. Could I have a mover for the motion indicated in your agenda that the public meeting report be received and that the comments from the public with respect to the amendment be received, and that staff consider such comments as may be provided by council? Councillor Duddick, thank you very much. I have to get a bigger screen here in order to see that hand sometimes. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, that carries. Thank you, everybody. That brings us now to item 6.2, the public meeting report on the draft plan of subdivision for Brawny Green Corporation. The applicant, Argo Development Group, has asked for a deferral of this item. And the indicated motion is therefore that consideration of this item be deferred to a future Planning and Development Council meeting. Is there a mover for that motion? Councillor Elgert, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, that carries. Thank you, everyone. The next item is 6.3, the public meeting and recommendation report for the draft plan of subdivision by Fernbrook Homes. We have a presentation from Kate Coburn, our senior planner, and as with the item that Mr. Barrett gave, this is an opportunity for those who would like to participate by phone and may be watching to call in at 905-815-6095, and you'll be connected to the meeting. and called upon to speak following the registered delegations. We have a registered delegation representing the applicant available for questions only. Ms. Coburn, you have everyone's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Just wait for my presentation to be brought up. Excellent. Okay. Again, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Before you this evening is a draft plan of subdivision application that has been submitted by MHBC Planning on behalf of their client Fernbrook Homes, 7 Oaks 2021 Limited. And this proposal relates to a subdivision of land for detached and townhouse dwelling units. This can be found in tonight's agenda on item 6.3. And the purpose of tonight's meeting is to introduce the application to council and the public, but it is also to make a decision. Staff have proceeded with a combined public meeting and recommendation report for this proposal, as the principal land use had been previously reviewed through a comprehensive zoning and draft plan of subdivision process for the 6-line corporation subdivision. No new substantive issues has been raised by staff or the public during the review of this application, and so we feel that this is an appropriate step forward. A virtual public information meeting was held by the applicant on December 2nd, 2021. The property is located on the southeast corner of 6th Line and Carnegie Drive and is also fronting onto Millicent Avenue. It is a block within the subdivision known as the 6th Line Corporation, which was registered in 2017. The proposed land division application implements the North Oakville Secondary Plan, North Oakville East Secondary Plan, and conforms to the in effect zoning bylaw. The applicant proposes to subdivide the lands for 9 detached dwelling lots with access from Millicent Avenue and 4 blocks for townhouse dwellings with access from a public lane for a total of 28 dwelling units. The lands required for the 6-line roadworks was previously secured through the 6-line corporation subdivision and will accommodate lay-by parking, anticipated to accommodate lay-by parking within the right-of-way. Draft plan conditions have been included in Appendix A of the staff report, which require a review of detailed engineering drawings and an urban design brief to finalize the overall layout and configuration of the site to further optimize the functionality of the block, including the lane. No zoning amendments are required for this proposal. The subject lands are designated neighborhood area in the North Oakville East Secondary Plan and are further identified as neighborhood center on the master plan. The proposal to divide these lands implements the North Oakville East Secondary Plan, which permits a range of residential uses within the neighborhood area. The lands are zoned neighborhood center with a special provision 29 and is also subject to 2 holding provisions, H10 and H15. The original approval had contemplated the additional use of a mixed-use building for this block, and the NC zone does permit detached and townhouse dwellings. The holding provisions related to the site are associated with the original subdivision, respecting the timing of the development and stormwater management matters. The applicant is no longer pursuing the mixed-use built form, and thus we have an application for the detached and townhouse building types. Both the holding provisions will need to be removed before a building permit can be issued, and staff would anticipate that these will be removed following the completion of the culvert works currently underway on 6th Line to address the stormwater management matters. As mentioned, there are no amendments to the zoning bylaw to require the implementation of these lands, and the lots and blocks comply with the required lot area and frontage. As mentioned, the principal land use to permit the detached townhouse and mixed-use building types for the site had been previously considered through a comprehensive zoning and subdivision process. For this subdivision application, staff also considered aspects of the proposed land division. Firstly, staff considered the appropriateness and compatibility of the proposed subdivision in relation to the surrounding land uses and intended function. Staff are satisfied that the building types are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, which can be found within the existing and future subdivisions to the north and to the west. And further, the overall functionality of the block, which includes the design of the lane and the interface with the rear lot lines and dwellings oriented to Millicent Avenue, will continue to be evaluated through the draft plan process. There are appropriate conditions that have been included in Appendix A. Secondly, staff have considered the functionality of the lane and snow removal opportunities. We've worked with the applicant to establish a laneway configuration that appropriately responds to the irregular shape of the lot while still providing the needed function of access, design, and snow storage. This unique configuration does provide some opportunity for snow storage within the block. However, through the draft plan conditions, the ultimate design of the lane will be further considered through detailed engineering review. Lastly, staff reviewed the parking conditions on site. Each dwelling proposes 4 parking spaces, 2 within the garage and 2 within the driveway area, where only 1 space per unit is required. Additionally, on-street parking is also available, which is shown on red on the slide, both on the east side of Millicent Avenue and through the future lay-by parking conditions on 6th line. A garage floor plan will also be required as a condition of draft approval to identify that sufficient space will be accommodated within the garage for waste disposal and lawn equipment storage. Therefore, staff are satisfied that there are sufficient parking opportunities to be accommodated both on-site and on-street. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forward the following recommendation for approval and Council's consideration. It is staff's opinion that the proposal does conform and does not conflict with the applicable provincial plans, conforms to the region's official plan and the North Oakville East Secondary Plan. The proposed draft plan of subdivision does have regards for matter of provincial interest and Section 5124 of the Planning Act. It represents good planning for the reasons that have been outlined in the report. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senior Planner Coburn. Town and Regional Councillor Pavan Palmer has the first question for you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Coburn, for your presentation. I actually just wanted to thank you for the work that you've done on this file and bringing it forward sooner than later. We heard from many residents in the surrounding neighborhood that requested that this application be moved along as quickly as possible so that they could feel like their community and neighborhood was complete. So thank you for that. I just have one question about the holding provision being removed. Can you please clarify the timelines around that and when an application for the removal can be submitted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are 2 holding provisions, as I mentioned. One was related to the timing of development, which presumably could be removed at any time. It was just to allow for a cooling off period, if you will, in contemplating the mixed use building versus the other forms of housing that could be accommodated on the site. The other holding provision does have to do with the stormwater management aspects of the property, which are being managed through the 6th line upgrade works that are happening now. And we anticipate that once the culvert works that are currently underway on 6th line are completed, the applicant would be able to make their application to remove the hold in that regard as well.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Council, are there any other questions? If there are no other questions, it's time to make a decision. Councillor Palmer, can I look to you for a motion? Thank you. Is there any objection to Councillor Palmer's motion? There being none, Madam Clerk, that carries. Council, we now turn to item 6.4, the public meeting and recommendation report for Oakville Green Development. And we have a presentation from Senior Planner Paul Barrett. And if anyone is watching the live stream of the meeting on oakville.ca who wishes to speak to this item, they can call 905-815-6095 and we will connect you to the meeting. You'll be called upon to speak following the registered delegations. We have a registered delegation, being a planner representing the applicant who's here in support to answer questions. Mr. Barrett, you have everyone's attention.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This presentation will summarize the staff report which introduces this planning application in conjunction with a statutory public meeting, and it also provides a staff recommendation for council to consider. This zoning bylaw amendment application relates to increasing the maximum permitted size of the retirement home. A virtual public information meeting was hosted by the applicant on March 17th of this year and was not attended by any residents. The subject lands are 12.93 acres in size and consist of part of a larger land holding located north of Dundas Street, east of Third Line, and the Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital. The staff report provides context in the way of a chronology of past approvals, and it also outlines the zoning bylaw amendment application and draft plan of subdivision approved by council on June 10th of 2019. That approval permitted up to 1 million square feet of floor area, subject to 2 holding provisions, which coordinated this development with the provision of new infrastructure. The original approved plan shown on this slide shows the extent of phase 1, together with the road network and conceptual layout of the buildings and land uses. Phase 1 was intended to be employment, with a particular focus on the health sciences and technology space, supported by jobs in research and development, medical office, laboratory, and office space, with an integrated hotel and conference center and a retirement home. I'd like to draw your attention to the size of the seniors living building on this slide at 100,000 square feet. The size of the retirement home was limited in the zoning bylaw amendment to the size of the retirement home that the applicant was proposing at that time as a means of encouraging the development of primary jobs, which would be supportive of the hospital and the overall intended focus of this area on health sciences and technology. This slide shows the applicant's current plan. I'd like to draw your attention to the size of the seniors living building at 250,000 square feet, which equals an increase of 150,000 square feet over the original approved zoning. The other important proposed change to note is that instead of one 15-story senior living building, there are now 2 proposed. The 15-story building, originally proposed as a medical office building, would be converted to the second seniors living building, and the medical office space would be reduced in size and accommodated within the podium of the buildings. The overall massing and built form is fundamentally the same as approved through the 2019 approval. No change to the overall density, building height, or zone standards are proposed. The subject property is identified in Schedule A1, urban structure, as being within employment areas and is located within a node and corridor for further study, which I will explain more in a moment. Also note the regional transit priority corridor to the south along Dundas Street. Within the in effect North Oakville West Secondary Plan, the subject property is designated Employment District and located within the health-oriented mixed-use node. A range of employment uses are permitted, including institutional uses, hospital, research and development facilities, medical and other offices, clinics, supportive housing, long-term care facilities, and rehabilitation facilities. As provided in more detail in the staff report, in staff's opinion, the retirement home land use, that is with dwelling units prohibited, together with the proposed building height of 15 stories, is already permitted in the North Oakville West Secondary Plan. The proposed increase in the size of the retirement home would be within the range of size of retirement homes constructed within the context of the town and would maintain the original intended focus on higher spectrum of care within the retirement home with a higher level of skilled care, supervision, and personal support. Furthermore, the size of the retirement home would be limited to 250,000 square feet to maintain the original intent of encouraging the development of a mix of employment uses with a particular focus on health sciences and technology. This would be supportive of the overall goals and objectives of the health-oriented mixed-use node. Getting back to the node and corridor for further study on the urban structure schedule, the town completed the hospital district study, and on June 7th of last year, OPA 35 was approved by council, which implemented the findings of the hospital district study. This OPA is currently being reviewed by Halton Region and is not in full force and effect yet. It is intended that the hospital district develop as an employment-focused, compact, mixed-use, transit-supportive urban community that provides for institutional, office, retail, and service commercial uses in combination with high-density residential uses in a predominantly mid-rise built form. There is an overall objective of a target proportion of 60% jobs to 40% residents for the whole district. The subject property is located within Block 5 and designated urban core. For context, Block 5 is outlined in yellow, and the boundary of the zoning bylaw amendment application, in other words, Phase 1, is shown in blue. As detailed in the staff report, Block 5 requires demonstration of how a minimum of 55% jobs will be achieved. It is noted that the proposed retirement home would generate approximately 410 jobs and contain a number of residents depending on the ultimate configuration. Since the balance of land uses permitted in Phase 1 of Block 5 are largely employment-oriented and the balance of Block 5 is vacant, staff are of the opinion that the applicant has demonstrated that Phase 1 is on track to provide more than the minimum 55% jobs. In staff's opinion, the proposed development has regard to OPA 35 as adopted by council and is in keeping with the development concept for the lands east of 3rd Line and south of William Halton Parkway. The retirement home land use, together with the proposed building height of 15 stories, is permitted by OPA 35. It is anticipated that the full implementation of functional policies of OPA 35, including transportation, parking, stormwater management, and urban design, will take place as part of the required site plan application. As previously noted, the applicant is seeking approval to raise the maximum size of the retirement home to 250,000 square feet. No other changes to the zoning bylaw are proposed except for the addition of one holding provision, which was requested by Halton Region and relates to allocation, and it's shown on the right-hand side of the slide. A full circulation has been undertaken, and there are no outstanding financial or planning issues to be resolved. This slide lists the matters considered in the staff report, in addition to the review and conformity with applicable policy outlined in the report. In terms of transportation, the seniors living building has a lower trip generation rate than medical office. So by increasing the size of the retirement home and reducing the size of the medical office, the forecasted number of vehicle trips is expected to decrease compared to the original analysis. As a result, the intersections analyzed would be expected to perform better than originally forecasted. The applicant also updated their urban design brief, and overall a high-quality architectural design that reflects the Oakville context is proposed. Staff are of the opinion that the remaining matters of stormwater management, servicing, and consideration of the hospital's flight path for their helipad have been addressed for the purposes of the zoning bylaw amendment application, and they will be further advanced as part of the detailed design required as part of a site plan application. As of today, no public comments have been received. In conclusion, Your Worship, staff put forth the following recommendation as shown for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Planner Barrett. Are there questions? Madam Clerk, there are no, Council, there are no delegations, but we have questions, Mr. Barrett. We'll start off with Councillor Elgar and then Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton, to Mr. Barrett. With regard to the White Oaks communication, do they have any issues at all with the heights of the building being 15 stories? I note that at our meeting last week regarding the Naigawa Rec Center, there were a lot of conditions put in to make anybody building it to be aware of possible problems and make sure there's proper grounding for the radio because of the radio towers. Now, has that been addressed in this case with the two 15-story buildings?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. those issues were addressed as part of the original zoning bylaw amendment approval. The town retained an independent peer review expert and reviewed the AM radio station studies and addressed those issues as part of the recommendation report in 2019. So in terms of the application before council today, there are no changes to building height proposed or the location of buildings. It's just the use within the buildings proper.
Okay, and so the difference would be, I guess, the Niagara Rec Center is so much closer to the towers. Is that the reason why? But because Niagara Rec Center is much lower than the 15 stories that we're talking about while it's being built. Because I do know, like that's where, when they were building the bridge over on Dundas, that's where it burned all the electronics out of the equipment. I just want to make sure that whoever's building it realizes there may be maybe want to look at grounding, but you're saying that's not an issue in this case, correct?
Through your worship, through the peer review of the original zoning bylaw amendment application, it was found that there was no risks to public health and safety. So for a sensitive land use like a retirement home, there are still mitigation measures that are appropriate, that are being implemented through the plan of subdivision. And that includes grounding of the building, it includes education of construction workers to make sure there's no accidents on site in relation to the increased risk.
I appreciate that. Now, with regard, this property has shrunk a lot. It started out at 15 hectares, and I guess now we're only dealing with basically 5 hectares, so a third of it. But as far as parkland dedication, is that all sorted out? Are we taking cash in lieu, and how much are we getting for this section?
Through your worship, for this development, in accordance with previous direction from council, it would be cash in lieu, and that would be payable at building permit issuance.
See, at the time we were dealing with it, it was 1 per 500 units, and I'm wondering how that works now when you say units, because this isn't really the same as units when you're talking about what's being built there, correct?
Through your worship, there are different definitions in terms of units and assisted living units, which are defined in the development charges bylaw as well. And once the applicant does determine that mix of units for this retirement home, then issues like the parkland dedication would be able to be worked out.
And the number of jobs are 410 is what I heard you, if I heard that correctly, or what's in the report?
Through your worship, that's correct. So the staff report takes the Halton Region Development Charge Study, which was used in the development of OPA 35, and applied that rate to the floor area that's proposed by the applicant now. So the ultimate development may vary depending on the size of the development and the mix of units and the intensity of care. But the 410 jobs is a ballpark figure that's used in the staff report.
Okay, I thank you very much. Thanks, Paul.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Worship, and Councilor Elgar for those excellent questions. I just have a few questions for the benefit of the public. Paul, could you talk a bit about, we're going from a leasable floor area of 9,300 meters square to 23,000. And so it's 3 times the size. And I just wanted to ask you to touch on why, in staff's opinion, this should be supported and how the applicant kind of went from 93 to 23,000.
Through your worship, when the original application was considered by council in 2019, the cap of 100,000 square feet for the retirement home, it was essentially based on the applicant's plans, and the intent was to ensure a primacy of primary employment. So that's jobs that would support health sciences and technology in support of the health-oriented mixed-use node in the hospital itself. So over time, I understand the applicant went to market, and a larger retirement home is needed to be viable to be built on this site. So staff reviewed the size of other retirement homes recently constructed and approved in Oakville, and they are within that same range. So these are facilities that not only include assisted living units, but also that amenity space, which is included in that overall figure. So when staff reviewed the current application, we went back to the original policy objectives for the area, the 2019 approval as well, and determined that essentially the 250,000 square foot cap would still allow for that primacy of primary employment, those health sciences and technology jobs, to provide for a mixed employment use for this area, while still maintaining the original intent of accommodating a viable size retirement residence for this area.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And then I just wanted to note that, I think it's important to note that there's a lot of checks and balances built into this planning application, and I'm pleased to see the holding provisions, including the completion of William Holton Parkway. And I saw that there was an independent analysis done on the traffic study impact, and I wanted to clarify with you what exactly, because in the report it mentions that the implementation of holding provision 38 limits development to 1,000 total peak hour two-way site vehicle trips. So could you just talk a little bit more about that, please?
Through you, Your Worship, the intent of that holding provision was to recognize that until William Halton Parkway is extended east, this site will only have one access, and that's off Third Line directly opposite the hospital. So it's of critical importance that that intersection continues to function appropriately for access of the public to the hospital. So through the independent analysis, it was determined that 1,000 trips could be accommodated while still providing an appropriate level of service for the intersection. And then once William Halton Parkway is extended and that second access is provided off William Halton Parkway, then that would allow for more development to occur.
Thanks so much for clarifying that. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Haslett-Deal.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Councillor Parma asked several of my questions. Mine is just about, we're improving a lot of seniors living, and I'm wondering if urban design spends any time in a conversation about these sites being designed internally to be COVID friendly, because we don't get a lot of precision around that. And I'm not sure if we have regulatory ability to do that, but it is a constant concern of residents that I speak to, that their family members are in an environment that is more progressive and adjusted to the fact that we face potential pandemics again in the future. And it is really hard on the family and the individuals to be in these lockdowns. So is there any conversation about the design, the interior design, to address that?
Through your worship, there have been informal conversations with the applicant about that issue, and the applicant has committed to providing a safe environment for residents. We haven't worked out the details of what that means, and likely would do so through a future site plan application.
Great, thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, if there's no more questions, it's time to make a decision. Who has a motion? The indicated motion and the agenda, is there a mover? Oh, Councillor Adams, thank you. Councillor, so we only need, that's good. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there being no objection, the motion carries. All right, that brings us to item 7.1, consideration of objection to notice of intention to designate the GS Wood House at 2487 Old Brawny Road. Susan Shepard, our heritage planner, is available for questions. We have a registered delegation being Rick Madeljan from SMDA Design for questions only. And the motion is that Town Council not withdraw its notice of intention to designate the GS Wood House at 2487 Old Brawny Road under Section 29, Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, despite the notice of objection received from the property owner, and that bylaw 2022-60 to designate the GS Wood House at 2487 Old Brawny Road as a property of cultural heritage value or interest attached as Appendix B be passed. Are there questions for Ms. Shepard? Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Duddock, thank you. Is there any objection to Councillor Duddock's motion? There being no objection, it carries. Ms. Shepard, thank you very much for being available. And thank you, everybody, for that decision. The next item is 7.2, a recommendation report for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for Lower Fourth Development Limited and pendant developments. And Rob Thun, our senior planner, has information for council. And we have one registered delegation. And Mr. Thun, you have our attention.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just wait until the presentation's up. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Burton and members of council. I'm going to make this presentation very short. The application for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision that's before council relates to the development of 42 hectares of land east of Neagawa Boulevard, south of Burnham Thorpe Road West. And that report can be found as item 7.2. As you had mentioned, this is the recommendation meeting for this application. The public meeting was held on March 9th of 2019. Written public comments for the subdivision were not received at the time, nor were any written public comments received as part of this report before council. And just quickly for council's information, the draft plan of subdivision that is on the screen presently consists of a development of 385 residential units. Those residential units consist of 364 detached dwellings of various sizes. And when I say various sizes, that's a lot frontages, and 21 townhouses. There is a school block as shown in the northeast corner of the site. It is a partial school block that would be added on to the property to the north owned by Docasa. And there's also two natural heritage system blocks. They are at the bottom of the screen where my cursor is. It is block 373 and 374. They are two natural heritage system blocks that are associated with the West Morrison Creek and the Shannons Creek subwatersheds. Those two represent a major portion of Core 5 that was envisioned by the North Oakville East secondary plan and also the North Oakville Creek subwatershed study. And when related to this draft plan of subdivision, they represent 49% of the total land area of the subdivision. Access to the site, as you can see, from Carding Mill, which is to be developed by Mattamy as part of this draft plan of subdivision, and also Preserve Drive, which is to be developed by Argo and Digram. Those are two applications that council has seen previously on May 16th and approved those draft plans of subdivision. With regards to, as I had mentioned, this is a very short presentation. I believe that all the comments that have been received, be it through technical agencies, the region, Conservation Halton, our internal departments, various other agencies, Comments that were raised by council through the public information or public meeting in previously have all been addressed and are captured within the staff report. So in conclusion, Your Worship, the zoning bylaw is in Appendix C. The draft conditions are in Appendix D. The recommendation is on page 1 of the staff report, and I'll leave it as that. You will see as I'm scrolling through the concerns or the issues raised, the parking, if I can just go to the previous one. Nope. There you'll see the parking plan that was generated by the applicant. Each of the units has either 2 or 4 as compared to 2 for the detached dwellings. And for the street townhouses, which are on Preserve Drive, just immediately south, there are 2 parking spaces. In addition to that, you will notice that there are count-wise 198 spaces for the 385 dwelling units, and those are throughout the planning or throughout the subdivision. With regards to comments previously raised by council with regards to garages and parking, the parking stall sizes in the garages have been lengthened to allow for storage, be it workshop or garbage, and heights are such that they can be put in the roof area also. So in conclusion, Your Worship, I'm putting forward the recommendation for council's consideration, and as mentioned, the comments and concerns previously raised by agencies and council have been addressed within the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thun. Council, we have a registered delegation, Vishal Bhadiani, and the clerks are going to bring Vishal Bhadiani into the meeting now. Welcome, Mr. Badiani. Please unmute yourself, and council looks forward to your information.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. It's fantastic to join here virtually, and I really appreciate it. I have a young baby at home, and it's difficult for me to make it in person, so I hope this continues. I might have missed this, but I was just curious. I had 2 questions around the report that was just coming through. One is that is there any impact to the natural heritage system that's going to be there? And 2 is that if there isn't or there is there any impact to the actual the birds or the natural environment that's there by the proposed site here that we have with Mattaman? So those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing your questions. Mr. Thun, would you be able to answer those questions, please?
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Baldini. Impacts related to the natural heritage system, none are anticipated. As part of the process for creating North Oakville, a North Oakville Creek subwatershed study was done, which is a very comprehensive review of both the forms, the functions, the features, the birds, the bees, and everything related to North Oakville. That's why you'll see the extent of the green area in North Oakville. That is 900 net hectares of land from the total area of 3,100 hectares. And that includes the woodlots and includes the creeks. It actually includes some agricultural areas also, where buffers are included on that. So there are no impacts associated with the NHS, the form, the features, nor do we anticipate any impacts on the wildlife. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Badiani.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Rob, for your presentation and report. And thank you, Mr. Badiani, for joining our meeting this evening and sharing your questions with us. I have just 2 simple questions. The first one is about the school in the area. Rob, can you confirm where this is on the capital priorities list for the Halton District School Board and if it's been funded?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Parmar, the school is funded by the province, and it is slated to open for the 2025-2026 school season.
Thank you for that information. And my next question is around there is I believe at the corner of North Park and Holly, or in that area, there is a zoning for a up to 12-story condominium unit. And I was wondering if those provisions or that information would be included in the purchase and sales agreement, especially for the residents who purchase the homes that are backing onto the NHS, just so that they're aware that in the future there could be a higher density visible from their backyards. I know sometimes those lots go for quite the premium.
Through your worship, if I can have the presentation back up, and for the information of council and the public, I will just identify the lot I believe Councillor Parmar is alluding to.
Or I think it's part of North Holly, not North Park. So yeah, it would be great if you could pull it back up.
So if I understand you correctly, Councillor, it is related to where my cursor is. That is in Mattamy Preserve Phase 3. It does have the ability, because it's beside the NHS, to have a height of a maximum 12 stories. Information such as this is not within the conditions of draft approval, but including a warning clause of some sort that is in the purchase and sale, and also within the neighborhood information map associated with information going out to potential purchasers can be included into the conditions.
Great, well, thank you for that. Those are all my questions, Your Worship.
Councillor Parmar, thank you very much. There don't appear to be any other questions. Would you be prepared to move the staff recommendation? Thank you. Is there any objection to Councillor Parmar's motion? Madam Clerk, there being none, that carries. Thank you. Now, Council, you should have received a memo from the legal department on your eScribe app. Has everyone received that on item 7.3, the Smart Centers application? Is anyone not aware of it? All right. For the public, this matter has been appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and so there is no business for us to conduct with it tonight. However, we had a registered delegation, Mr. Pierre Sauvageau, and if he still wishes to speak, we would welcome that. He may like to speak if he wants to establish a record of his interest for any possible role in a future session of the Ontario Land Tribunal. And Madam Clerk, would you bring Mr. Sauvageau into the meeting?
So I just got an email from Pierre, and as soon as it's working, just got an email from Pierre, and as soon as it's working, so he's not, he wants to call in, but that is not there anymore.
All right. We've heard from Mr. Sauvageau that he cannot reach the meeting. And I would just say that a written submission is just as good as a verbal submission and establishes the same rights as a verbal presentation would. And the chair now will recognize Councillor Knoll and then Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just, first of all, a question of procedure. So the application has been, well, I guess it's not really, it hasn't been withdrawn, it's been appealed. So we don't have to make a decision on it tonight, but what do we have to do tonight? Do we receive the staff report, or how do we proceed this evening? What kind of motion do we require this evening to deal with this, or do we require one?
It's going to be a motion to receive, Councillor.
Okay. So I'd be happy to give you that motion to receive, and would I be able to make a couple of quick comments on it?
Yes, you can. I would just caution you that the legal memo that we received advised us to withhold comment until staff have had a time to provide us with a legal report and advice at a later
Yeah.
date before the tribunal. So carry on, because I know you're a diligent person and you've read that.
Yeah. So thank you very much for that. My position on this particular application is pretty much publicly known. I'm not in favor of it. I'm glad that we are going to have an opportunity to have that further discussion, even if it has to be through an appeal, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I do, however, and I don't want to, as you suggested, I don't want to go go into great detail in light of the fact it's been appealed, but I do have a very important question to staff that I don't think will prejudice the matter at all, and I'm wondering if I could ask that now. And I'll tell you what it is, and then you can determine whether it's appropriate or not.
Well, Counselor, I trust your judgment, as we all
Okay.
do, and I would
Sure.
just remind you that you're perfectly free to ask that question of staff outside of a public meeting as well as in one. So you could.
I think the question I want to ask would be of particular interest to the public, but again, anyway, I'll try, and if you feel it's wrong, then I'd be happy to take your counsel on that.
I don't think I can unask any question that you ask, so
Sure,
you have
sure.
the floor.
Thank you. So my question is connected to both the last process that we went through in terms of the review of Livable Oakville, our official plan, as well as a comment contained in the report that there was, up until the point of the pandemic, a plan to, I guess, update or do a new review of the Uptown Core in its current context, and in light of both changes to, Livable Oakville, et cetera. Apparently the study was suspended for whether it's financial or timing reasons or just simply the pandemic. I would like to know, is staff going to get this report back on the rails? Because I do believe that it would be very important to inform any kind of adjudication of this application in the future.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad you asked it. I wonder if Mr. Charles would like to answer it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yes, Councillor, quite correct that at the time of the beginning of the pandemic, we had paused our ongoing work as related to the Uptown. It is fully our intent to carry on that work. It's an important component of the official plan review program, so we are intending to continue on that. And tentatively, right now, we are looking at September to get that into full swing once we are back up to a full staff complement.
So based on that question through you, Your Worship, based on that response to that question, if we're going to get started in September and knowing how slowly the wheels of the OLT turn, we should be able to have that study in progress as this application now goes through its appeal process. Would that be accurate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the timing of the study will be dependent on how far back we have to go. There's additional work that we need to do in terms of population projections, for example, as well, working with Halton Region and the ongoing work that's been done through the IGMS. Mm-hmm. The timing of it, I can't say at this point exactly when we would be bringing something back to council, but it's certainly not our intent to delay it.
So you're going to start in September, and at some point between now and the time, I guess you're not promising at this point that it will be done before this hits the OLT. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. I guess I can't push any further on that, because then we're getting into procedure or into tactical information. So I'll back off on that particular question. So my next question is more of a procedural thing. There are a lot of people very interested in this application. I've had hundreds of comments on my various social media posts about it and such. Can you use this moment to explain to the public what happens next, or maybe somebody else wants to provide that information, just so that
Councillor,
we can bring some comfort to people to know that they will still have an opportunity to participate.
We're going to bring the town solicitor in for this question. And I would just note, Council, that Mr. Sauvageau was, I believe, was able to solve his internet issues and was with us a moment ago.
He's still here.
He's still here.
I see him. I see him.
So we will go to him after you, Councillor, unless you'd like to stand down after this question and resume after.
I'll stand down after this question and allow Mr. Sauvageau to have his comment.
Thank you. Ms. Huckworth.
So now that this matter has been appealed, the Ontario Land Tribunal will be making the decision with respect to the application instead of council. Members of the public who have made submissions in the past will receive notice of the application before the tribunal. Some others may receive notice. The tribunal determines who gets notice, but notice will be available, and anybody who has participated in the past and made comments may request status before the Ontario Land Tribunal and make submissions directly, either as party or participant. The notice will set out the rules for how that is to be achieved. In addition, council's process will generally be through a confidential report that council will consider. Our practice as a legal department is to provide council with advice as to whether any of the concerns raised by members of the public through submissions, we remind council of those submissions, and we advise them as to whether there's any evidence to support those concerns or any other concerns which have been raised, in addition to providing strategic advice. So regardless of whether there's an opportunity in the future to provide direct input to council, public submissions will be considered through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huckworth. Council, I'm delighted to tell you that we have Pierre Sauvageau with us. Welcome, sir. You're unmuted and ready to go. We look forward to your information.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council and staff. Since this is being appealed, I just wanted to ensure that I will be an individual who will be notified in the future with respect to speaking to the appeal. Based on what I've heard, that is true. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and now a second question I have is in regards to Section 37. I believe by September of this year that Section 37 will no longer be applicable, or there's going to be some variation of Section 37. Will we hear this before the appeal?
I think we're going to go back to the town solicitor for you.
Okay, thank you.
Section 37, as it currently applies, expires on the earlier of September 18th, 2022, or the date council passes a bylaw under the new Section 37. So the exchange of benefits for height, that provision will no longer exist. What the consequences of the change will be on this application and how it will proceed are matters that will be determined by the tribunal. It's new law.
Okay, so another question is in regards to council will not be issuing a new bylaw then?
Council is working quite carefully to issue a bylaw before that deadline.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. Thank you very much.
You're very
And
welcome.
That's all I have to.
Well, thank
That's
you
all
for
I have
coming.
to say for tonight.
Appreciate your interest.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Councillor Knoll.
Thank you. Well, actually, Pierre just covered off one of my most significant final questions, but I do just want to ask just a more clarification on the public process, I assume to Ms. Huckworth. So the right to participate in the OLT, is there still an opportunity for members of the public to get their point of view across, or to be able to submit to become a participant or a party to this applicant or to this appeal, or is that final at this point?
So this is an appeal of a non-decision. The
Right.
people that that are permitted to be parties or participants will be determined by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Whether you've made submissions to council in the past through a public meeting or through, as tonight, what would have been a recommendation report meeting are key factors. You cannot be a party unless you've made submissions, and that to council, that's done because council is essentially done in this matter. For participant status, you may be able to justify it based on why you didn't make a submission to council. So those are matters I can't promise what will happen because it's somebody else's decision. Those are the considerations that are applied. And council will always consider whatever input it has when it's forming its decision on its position, subject to the qualification that I had that we will be providing council with advice as to whether there's evidence to support the concerns that are heard, but any concerns that are raised will be assessed in developing council's position.
Okay. Well, I think that's as far as I can go without getting too far into the actual application and protecting our rights under, under our solicitor-client privilege, et cetera. So I will now say thank you for the information, Mr. Planning Director and Ms. Huckworth. And again, I'm happy to move the receipt of the file.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. The motion is in order, but we have two more hands up. Councillor Grant, you're next, and then Councillor Adams.
Thank you to Councillor Knoll and to our resident who made comments. I guess I've got nothing more to ask, so I'll just make comment that I think it's the out of cowardice that this developer is forcing the process to go through the OLT provincial body and ignore the voices of local residents around planning concerns. We can only build a better community when we work together and listen to one another. And even when we've been in this similar situation with other developers where we've missed some kind of deadline, at least they still come back and talk to us and work with the community, essentially by taking their ball off the field and saying that they're going to walk away. Smart Centers is showing that they don't want to be a good citizen in this case. And I apologize for being angry about this, but this is a development that both Councillor Knoll and I have had concerns about, and we have talked to the people about, and they remain to not want to move in any way. So nevertheless, I will support the motion to that Councillor Knoll's made, but I'm just very upset about the fact that it's gotten to this point. We need community input, and the more that the people who are building things in this community realize that we are better, that we do get that input, the better we are. Unfortunately, we've got another situation where we have this one group that doesn't want to do that, and that really makes me upset. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Grant, for your contribution. If there are no other questions, I'll put the question. It's the receipt motion is moved by Councillor Knoll. Is there any objection? Madam Clerk, there being none, the motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Council, that brings us to 7.4, the recommendation report, the site plan applications on Winston Churchill Boulevard. And this is the last event of the evening. We have a number of delegations to hear. And we have a presentation from our Director of Planning Services, Mr. Gabe Charles. And I think before he begins, I'll just announce that on July the 12th, when council meets, when proper council meets, I will be introducing a notice of motion asking council to support me in requesting the province to restore the powers of municipalities to prohibit and regulate noise adjacent to residential uses, which were removed through Bill 215, otherwise known as the Main Street Recovery Act of 2020. And as everyone will appreciate, I hope, with the waning of the pandemic, perhaps the need to remove our ability to protect our residents may have waned also. And so we'll do that in proper order at the next council meeting. Council meetings are where we bring such notices of motion. Mr. Charles, you have our attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good evening to you and to members of council and to those tuning in. This presentation is for a recommendation that we are dealing with 2 site plan applications concomitantly tonight. And I do want to thank Lee Musson, our manager for the East, who has done a lot of the heavy lifting on this particular application as well. So the presentation is coming up momentarily. And there we go, now we're rocking. So for a little bit of information for council's benefit in terms of how we're dealing with this particular application, it is for a site plan. And as a site plan application, what we are dealing with at this point is the technical implementation of the land use. This isn't a situation where council really has the ability to refuse an application. It's really about how do we put some shape to the functionality of the site plan. When we're taking a look at this particular matter, we're looking at things like grading and drainage, landscaping, truck access, fences, that kind of thing. As I said, we're dealing with the facilities on the site. We're not dealing with the use of the site. It's different from a zoning bylaw amendment, for example, where there is the public input through the process. In cases like these, there isn't the ability for third-party appeals. At this point, the applications have not yet been appealed, but they are eligible for that. To give a bit of context in terms of where we're located on the west side of Winston Churchill, the 2 properties together are roughly almost 30 hectares in size, about 28 hectares, located about 2.5 kilometers from the QEW and Winston Churchill interchange. To the west of the site is the town-owned Aspen Forest Park, and just on the north side is the CN Rail Corridor. The length of the 2 sites together is about 850 meters along Winston Churchill Boulevard. And there is in the little notch there on the southerly property, that little notch contains a heritage resource at 658 Winston Churchill. So we'll move from the south to the north. The southerly application consists of 3 buildings, roughly 59,000 square meters in total size for the 3 buildings across the 13-hectare site. Building A is just over 16,000 square meters, Building B almost 13,000 square meters, and Building C is just over 30,000 square meters. Together, almost 400 parking spaces, 20 bike parking spaces, 110 loading spaces. And you'll see the loading for this site is contained within the interior of the site, within the 3 buildings themselves. With the truck access going out to Winston Churchill where those blue lines are. And I will note that the blue lines there are identifying where there's a 4.5 meter acoustical barrier that will be proposed or constructed on the site. The purpose of the red line is identifying the area west or south of that red line is where there's a height limit of 11 meters on the site. So as a result of that, buildings A and B are 11 meters in height, whereas building C is 13.5 meters in height. The green arrows also identify the setbacks between the property, the adjacent residential properties, as well then to the property itself or to the buildings. The property to the north, 700 Winston Churchill, similarly has, in terms of the setbacks that are shown from the adjacent residential area, it's about 15.5 hectares in size. There's 2 warehouse buildings proposed, almost 61,000, sorry, just over 61,000 square meters of floor area. Building A being 31,000 square meters and Building B being 29,200 square meters. There's 340 parking spaces on the site, 18 bike parking spaces, 116 loading spaces. There is on this property as well, identified on the west side, or circling the property to the west and to the south, is a channel. It's about 40 meters wide, which is an extension of the Clearview Creek. And again, the red line identifies 120 meter setback to the residential area. So building B is 11 meters in height and building A is just over 13 meters in height. And again, the blue line along the southerly limit there identifies where the acoustical barrier would be, as well as on the north side of the property adjacent to the loading space. In terms of the land use permissions, I would note that the property is within the provincially significant employment zone, as well as within Halton Region's employment layer. It is designated in the town's official plan as business employment. There is also the natural area designation, which encircles the northerly property, shown in green. The permitted uses include offices, light industrial uses such as manufacturing, assembling, fabricating, warehousing, wholesaling. Other facilities like training facilities or commercial schools are also permitted. There's also a site-specific permission on the site, or policy, which is related to outdoor storage, which is permitted so long as it's not adjacent to an open space corridor and is appropriately buffered from the residential area to the west. Both applications for the warehouse use do comply with the town's official plan. The other component I would note is that Winston Churchill Boulevard is identified as a major arterial road. The intent of these roads are to accommodate large volumes of traffic, so in this case 40 to 60,000 vehicles per day, roughly 4 to 6 lanes in width. And currently the Winston Churchill right-of-way is almost 42 meters. And as in 2019, there was a study done for traffic counts which confirmed that the roads are operating at less than 5,400 vehicles per day. With the zoning for the site, it does go back several decades to the 1965 zoning bylaw, which did zone the lands fronting on Winston Churchill as light industrial, and included the entirety of the area which is shown in red. That red area was the former hydro corridor, and the subject property is outlined in green. This was maintained in the 1984 zoning bylaw, which zoned the lands as E1. And although it didn't list warehousing specifically as a permitted use, it did identify light industrial operations, which through the definition of that includes the warehousing of products or materials. And so as on this basis, it has continues to be determined that warehousing is a permitted use. And again, this is consistent in the 2014 bylaw, which zones the property as business employment. And on the northerly property at 700 Winston Churchill, it does identify the natural area in the end zone. And the other piece is the O1 zone, which was the former hydro corridor, is under the town's ownership and used for park purposes. So to give you an idea in terms of the other permitted uses within the E2 business employment zone would include public works yard, manufacturing, food production, warehousing, as I noted. And in addition to that, there is a special provision on the site, which includes additional regulations intended to minimize the adverse effect that could be created in terms of those as of right employment uses on the residential properties in the vicinity. It includes a maximum height, as I said, of 11 meters for any buildings within 120 meters of the park zone. It does not permit loading docks to be located between a building and a park zone, which is why you see the buildings oriented the way they are, which contains the loading space internal to the site. And in addition to that, it restricts the location of the permitted outdoor storage. There are a number of technical considerations as it relates to the review of the site plan application. I'll go through those relatively briefly as it relates to servicing and water and wastewater. The applications were circulated to various agencies and departments, including both the regions of Halton and Peel, to the City of Mississauga, Credit Valley Conservation, CN Rail, and Metrolinx, and there have been no objections raised from any of those agencies. As it relates to the water and the wastewater, there isn't any existing servicing along Winston Churchill in this location. The intent is to bring servicing, wastewater servicing through the town's open space block and then to connect to Acacia Court. And that would be done for the purpose of having a gravity fed sewer. There will be a requirement to have an easement through the town's park for the purpose of the gravity sewer, and there are resolutions to that effect in the staff report. In terms of the servicing for 658 Winston Churchill, there has provision been made to allow for the future servicing of that single house as well. So there is a draft reference plan which is provided, which illustrates the location in terms of where that sewer would be located as it exits from 700 Winston Churchill as well as 560, where they would tie together and then be accessed through to Acacia Court. And on the right side of the slide, it does identify there contextually where that would be located. As it relates to landscaping, there is an existing berm located on the west side of 700 Winston Churchill and is proposed to be extended along towards the south to be adjacent to 560 and then to move along the southerly part of 560 as well. It would be 3 meters in height. There would be tree plantings on there. They would be about 19 meters wide at the base of the berm. There is a condition of approval included, which looks at seeking a drawing package, which would provide additional details, as well as the proposed grades for this berm. And it would also identify general construction methods, materials, and the final planting mix for the berm. As it relates to transportation, the town did retain with Halton Region a peer reviewer to look at the different transportation issues as it related to this site. That was also circulated to Halton and Peel, the City of Mississauga, and MTO. The peer reviewer had concluded that the study follows a typical technical approach and does well to address the key concerns of traffic operations. There were no issues raised as it related to transportation. Site access points were identified and confirmed, and it has been confirmed the parking ratio. In addition, there was a land use compatibility study that was requested, which is not typical for a site plan. Those are usually requested at the official plan or the zoning stages. One was done, however, to look at noise, vibration, odor, and air pollution. And that had come back from the peer reviewer to say that there was no potential for cumulative impacts, or they were very low. Would also note that as it relates to the town's air quality bylaw, that is with respect to stationary sources. So in this case, that could relate to rooftop mechanical or things of that nature. As it relates to noise, that peer review was also completed, and it was identified that there was no significant concerns based on the mitigation measures that had been proposed by the applicant. And the conditions are included as part of the recommended conditions to also have the owner agree to modify the site plan as required to reflect final approved studies. So there will be a need to update a number of the studies throughout, including the noise, just based on the final plan. Throughout the course of the review of these applications, several public comments have been filed, including looking at the scale of the development, the traffic, the truck routes, the noise, landscaping, etc., whether sound barriers and additional fencing was needed, light spill, etc. So it is in staff's opinion that these matters have been sufficiently mitigated through the design of the site. Staff have recommended conditions that can further address this, and we will continue to work with the applicant to finalize that design through the addressing of those conditions. The resolution, based on what staff are recommending, is tweaked a little bit to address an additional condition, which we have outlined here in red, which does require the applicant to look at the ultimate build-out of the site, identify any required traffic, noise, vibration measures that are needed, or mitigation measures that are needed, I should qualify, prior to final approval of the site plan. So those measures would also be required to be installed on the site prior to the occupancy of the buildings. And that condition is replicated for both site plan applications. In addition, we have suggested that as it relates to the easement, that staff would be looking at the easement and dealing with the compensation of that once we're at a point where the applicant has addressed all of the site plan matters and prior to its final approval. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Planning Director. Council, we have a couple of dozen registered public delegations. It's your custom to hear them before your own questions. Is that your pleasure this evening? Madam Clerk, would you please call the registered delegations?
First delegation is Wayne Zhu.
Mr. Zhu, welcome. I'm told he's here, and I guess there's just a bit of a technological delay while we get to see his picture, or hear him, or both. Mr. Zhu, we see your presence. Your microphone says it's muted, so if you will unmute yourself, we look forward to your information. There you go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor and councils and staffs. Thank you very much for this, give us this opportunity to describe our concerns about this new project. That's just the back of backyard. I didn't expect I'm the first one to speak. A little bit nervous about to be the first one, but anyway. Here I have two concerns about this plan. The first one is that the mega warehouse is too close to the residential area. I live on the Claremont Street, so my backyard is just face that the project. It's about 50 meters away from my backyard. We searched all over Ontario, and we found this plan is the only one that planned close to beside the residence area, and all the other cities that put the big warehouse inside industry area, but we're the only one, only have 50 meters to the residence. In D61 industry category criteria, that's a definition for this category, for industry category. For the class 2, if class description is the noisy sound occasionally audible of property. This I figured out this is a big warehouse and the distribution centers with a lot of traffic, heavy truck. So the sound is not only inside the properties, of course, it's outside. The dust and the vibration caused by this heavy truck could be daily. We see every day. So based on this definition, my understanding that this warehouse distribution center should be class 2 industrial with the minimum separation distance of 300 meter potential influence area, and the 70 meter is the separation distance. So that is my concern about this too close. We understand Oakville town need money, need business like every other cities. But Oakville is the only city that planning this heavy industry area. That's the distribution center, mega warehouse, not surrounded by industry, but 50 meters from residents. So this is my first concern. The second one is that is the wildlife. We have been living on this street for 10 years. So we saw this area, this land became animals home for many years because of this. One reason could be the Clearview Creek and the pond. Every spring we hear coyote just holding in that in this land all night. Fox, snake, rabbit, deer, beaver, goose, and countless birds live in this area. My neighbor has taken pictures of vultures in this area for years. Once he saw 5 vultures staying on the tree that beside the line. That's the biggest. That's the tallest dead tree. That's just beside the land. And we walk there. We saw it every day. So as you know, the vultures receive legal protection in Canada and the U.S. So this area, my understanding, and I asked the neighbors that we all agree that it is a growing habitat for the animals and breeding place in East Oakville. I don't know how many land like this one in Oakville that is the animal's home. Probably just 1 or 2. So building one of these biggest warehouse in North America on this land, this animal home in East Oakville will turn to what? Where are those animals staying? On the building roof? We understand this is the private land, but it's also a fact that it's the home for many animals, migratory birds. My question for the developer and city is that, has any research about animals and birds living in this area been done? Does the developer has any plan to settle those animals, or they just don't care? That as a proud Oakville residents, we care, and you, Oakville Council, should care. So my last word is that wildlife matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhu, for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Maylin Liu.
Welcome, Ms. Liu. Council looks forward to your information.
Hello?
Hello, thank you for coming. Council looks forward to your information. We hear you well. Please begin.
Oh, yes. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Maylin. I live on Clement Crescent. So thank you, Mayor Burton and councillors for this opportunity. We haven't been living at Clement Crescent for almost 10 years. It has been our dream home until June 2021, when we were noticed there will be a Megan warehouse built 50 meters from our home. So we are so proud to live in a town famous for the best place to live in Canada. However, we don't feel supported at all regarding the Megan warehouse plan. Firstly, the zoning bylaw 2014 changed without public notice. How can the town allow this change to happen without notice? Who would be responsible for the loss if the value of our property is impacted due to this change? In addition, the construction of this warehouses could cause great physical and mental harm to the residents nearby. Who is responsible for our potential health issue with all the air, noise, and the lights pollution due to this mega warehouse? This is completely unfair to the property owner who purchased their home before 2014. The town of Oakville has a livable Oakville plan. However, the residents in our neighborhood will not live in a livable area within mega warehouse. Are we excluded from the livable plan? We also want to challenge the mayor and the councillor to name a single comparable facility which has been built 50 meters to residents anywhere in Ontario, anywhere in Canada. So when the mayor and the councillors vote yes to this site plan application, do you really feel like you care about the residents' concern? Back to this year, this April at GCI annual meeting, the mayor told the residents, nothing can be done to stop these developments. We are extremely disappointed with his response. I cannot believe this comment is from a mayor who was elected by the residents. And I feel outraged by the mayor's lack of concern about us. We are desperate residents asking for your support to stop mega warehouse from being built next to our home. Our request is for the mayor and the councillors to understand the consequence the residents near the mega warehouse will face if they are built. We simply cannot imagine how we can live with this huge monster in our backyard. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for bringing your thoughts and sharing them with us. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Next delegation is Fiona Yu.
Welcome, Ms. Yu. Council is looking forward to hearing from you. Ms. Yu, we see you, and I can tell your mic is muted, so if you unmute, there you go. We look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for offering this opportunity for me to raise my concerns about this project. So first, as a resident on Deer Run Avenue, I feel that I don't think I got the necessary awareness about this project. So I don't know if why I missed the information until recently. Like I got know about this project. So I feel that I've been concentrating on my job to contribute my tax to the city. Like I believe that I always believe that the town of Oakville will protect us, like protect our kids, protect our seniors living on this land. However, this is very upset. Like this had been for a long time, but I don't know this until recently, right? So this is the first question. So, like, if this happens again, I don't think I can concentrate on my work. I need to be cautious about everything that is happening around me, right? So this is a distraction. The second one is I googled with the name of this project on the internet. So I don't see any report of the assessment of the this project create like the environment impact, a formal report, like what impact this one will bring to us. So like, and what kind of testing, what kind of assessment has been done with what type of authority, right? So I don't see any report. So, and if this report exists, my question is, how can I access it? Where is it? I just want to know the details, not just say like on the report, it says, oh, the region's something. I don't know what that is. Is that real? I just want to see the formal report as a resident, right? The third concern is what is the main purpose to build this mega warehouse in this area? Is it necessary? Is it to create job opportunity to the residents of Oakville, to the people living in this area? So I get lost. What is the main purpose? And the fourth one, and what is the impact to the sewage system, the sewer system? So from the report, I did a screenshot. Sorry, I'm not the expert, not the professional. So the gentleman did the report just in a few minutes. So I don't get any information, just a quick something, right? So where is the document? Just in a few minutes, you let us know, oh, this will happen, it's not fair. So it says like it will impact the Deeren Avenue northward to Burial Road, and it will also impact the sewage system of the Acacia Courts. But what kind of impact? What will happen in the worst case? Any answer? And my fifth concern is how many people like me didn't aware of get the awareness of this until recent days. What are the percentage of people who agreed, who signed for this project to be a go? And who sent out, if there is awareness letter or email or poster or flyer or anything. So who sent it out? The developer or the town of Oakville? And another one I was told, I'm not sure whether it's not right or not. So this warehouse will be the biggest one in Canada. If this will be the biggest one, so do we have any benchmark to assess the impact? No. So we will be the testers. This is not fair to the residents nearby, right? If this is just a regular traditional warehouse, not a mega, we probably will not have such a huge concern. And my last concern is, like in the presentation, it said warehouse, but I heard of that this will be a distribution center. These are two different, complete different concepts. Please explain. What is it? A warehouse or a distribution center? It's completely different. And we need an answer, please. And thank you, Mayor and the councilor. Please protect us. We want to keep living here with our kids, our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. Our custom is that the planning director notes the questions, and at the end, he will offer answers to the questions that he's noted down and can answer. I would note that we appreciate the time that you took to bring your thoughts and concerns to us. And
thank you. And also one more concern is I've been sitting here for almost 2 hours without I'm not sure how long it will last, but this is really taking all of us so much time. We need an answer. Thank you.
Okay, well, we have, you are the third delegation. We allow 10 minutes per. There are 24. If you do the arithmetic, there's 4 or 5 hours of this ahead before we can get to a decision. So thank you very much for coming. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Next delegation is James Zhu.
Mr. Zhu, council looks forward to hearing from you. I'll just remind you to unmute your mic to assist that. Your mic is unmuted. Now it's muted again. So hit it again and you should be good. There you go.
Okay, here you go.
We hear you now very well. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Council looks
Thank
forward to your remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, members of council. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my family, probably some of my neighbors. My name is James. My family actually moved to Oakville about 20 years ago. Initially lived at Dundas 8th Line area, and later I moved to Southeast Oakville at Claremont. Over the years, we witnessed actually a various of development projects around the town, from north of Dundas development to Glen Abbey golf rezoning, as well as the recent Amazon warehouse on Cornwall. But we feel for all those projects, we were very well communicated and all the issues were openly discussed. But however, for this particular one, I have to say our neighborhood was not fully informed until JCRA started sending the communication package. I would say it's fair to say without JCRA, we probably even don't know what's happening here until last week or so. So probably I have to use this opportunity to really thank JCRA and the members at JCRA like Elizabeth, Brian, Des, Bob, for their hard work. Having said that, my understanding for today's meeting is to really conduct some voting process later tonight based on the findings. I look at the document posted online during the last couple of days. There are a lot of documents. They are very technical. I'm not sure how these technical documents are fully reviewed by professionals, by experts in such a short period of time. And we all know the decision tonight probably is going to definitely impact our neighborhood one way or the other. So I took, again, I'm not expert, but I took a little bit deep dive into some of the documents. I do have some concern I want to raise today. There are two noise studies posted on the website for 560 and 700, 750 Winston Churchill Boulevard, respectively. They have the similar size, 300 plus parking lot and 110 plus loading door. But however, the assumption based on the study, the assumptions are quite different. For 560 Winston Churchill Boulevard, I remember on page 6 for the noise study, I indicate a worst scenario of 30 trucks arrive, depart, and idle for 15 minutes every hour. So which means I interpret as 120 trucks per hour. And during night, it's 60 trucks per hour as per the study. But on the other hand, on the 700 and 750 Winston Churchill Boulevard, that report, I believe is on the page 7 on that noise report study, as showing the truck number are assumed as 36 and 18 in the night, respectively. So that's really raised eyebrow for me here. So to long story short, I have a couple concerns. One, why both sides have such different utilization rate? 36 versus 120, that's quite different. Two, ironically, if you look at the report, as far as I read it, they show very similar outcome. But how come they are having such a different vehicle assumption that gets to the very similar result from a study perspective? And the third, I noticed these two reports actually are conducted by two different companies separately at case by case, which means any aggregated noise impact from other side was not included in that report. But to be fair, they're real and not even considered railway on the north side of these buildings. As many other delegates mentioned, they probably will mention when we chat, warehouse logistics centers are evolving rapidly, and the so-called norm is not existing anymore. For example, more and more companies actually they're using evening, nighttime to load, unload inventory, which means the case 50% of trucks during the night compared to morning, that's not even existing anymore, or it won't exist in the near future. So shall we accept the study based on 50% of trucks on that site during the evening time? And just out of my curiosity, actually, I called the DSV this morning just to check DSV in Milton, which is a similar size center warehouse logistics center. I asked them like how many trucks they are seeing on hourly basis. What they're telling me is roughly 300 trucks every hour in and out. So I don't know what to say. If the assumption is not comparable between these two sites, it's not comparable among the similar sites, then at least some of the assumption does not reflect the real economic norm. And therefore the noise, the pollution, the traffic impact probably need to be seriously relooked at. Just try to echo the previous delegates mentioned. Many of us are suggested that this zoning or warehouse mistake was made like years ago, dozen years ago. But we all know it's a mistake. Then we should find a way to correct it. If we live with mistake, we know probably it's even worse than we make the mistake. Especially in this case, the industry is evolving year over the year. It's up to us to recognize it, to have the forward-looking mindset, to adjust it. It is easy to say yes or no and move on, but the decision we're making today is going to impact the Oakville, the site, probably the slogan of livable Oakville, not for this moment, but for the generations to come. So I would say, as residents here, I respectfully request the mayor, members of council to seriously look into the situation, take all the factors into consideration before making any decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shu, for taking your time to be with us tonight and share your thoughts. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
The next delegation is Tracy Chen.
Welcome, Ms. Chen. Council looks forward to hearing from you. You've just muted yourself. If you click, there you go. We should be able to hear you now. Welcome.
Well, yeah, Madam Clerk, I have actually a presentation. Were you able to load it?
We'll see. Madam Clerk, do you know anything about this?
Should be on there.
All right.
Coming, I think.
Well, stand by, Ms. Chen. I believe we have it. I'm not seeing it myself yet, but eventually. Here you are. There's your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Burton and councilors. My name is Tracy Chen. I'm a resident of Claremont Crescent. Thank you for the opportunity to let me talk about the concerns and the suggestions regarding the site plans of the two warehouses on Winston Churchill Boulevard. Today, I will focus on transportation and the traffics. Next page, please. So, for today's verbal submission, I would like to ask you to consider the following two items. The first one is don't approve the both site plans until there is an updated full capacity and a holistic view of transportation impact study with agreed mitigation plans of noise, air pollution, etc. The second one is don't approve the both site plans until there is a plan to expand Winston Churchill Boulevard from Conward to Lakeshore with 4 lanes and one queue lane. Next page, please. These are the two major issues regarding the two transportation impact studies. The first one is all the data in the transportation impact study of the impact of study out of date data. The second one is lack of a holistic assessment of transportation impacts. I will go through details in the following pages. Next page, please. So I've read both transportation impact studies. IBG Group, which is for 700 and 750 Winston Churchill Boulevard. The main data came from IBI Group study, which is on 2015. Only some of the data have been updated in 2017 and 2019 and 2020, which the latest one was from 2 years ago. Since 2020, a lot of changes. In the report, existing condition, background, future traffic conditions are all based on the 2020 data. Out-of-date data cannot reflect current situation and certainly cannot predict the future conditions as well. For 560 Winston Churchill Boulevard, the first report was on July 2019, updated data in 2021. As we all know, 2021 was COVID situation. The data cannot truly reflect the normal situation as most people were locked down at home. So based on that, both reported data are out of date, cannot reflect even the normal situation and are nowhere near to predict the maximum usage of the two warehouses. Next page, please. So as you can see from the picture, both reports did not include the warehouse data on the Mississauga side. Most of the report covers some of the data only on Oakville side, which in the picture, the first picture is 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fifth number, which indicates Winston Churchill, 759 Winston Churchill Boulevard, which is on the Mississauga side. It is now under construction. The warehouse is about 23,000 square meter. And the three warehouse on Winston Churchill Boulevard in the picture, which is 345, total will be 1.43 million square meter, bigger than 1.1 million square meter DSV warehouse in Milton. Winston Churchill Boulevard area will become Canada's largest warehouse area. Given both reports don't include 759 Winston Churchill Boulevard, there is no holistic view to assess the transportation and traffic situation in these areas. Next page, please. So talking about impact to the community, both reports with out-of-date data and underestimation number of the trucks per hour will mislead the mayor and the councilors to make approval decision. I would like to highlight noise pollution at this moment. Let me see how I can demonstrate the backup beep sound, as you can see. As you can hear the truck backup beep, this is only one truck. Think about hundreds of trucks aggregated sound noise level. Can the neighborhood, which is 50 meters away, can afford this level of noise? Certainly not. Other impacts such flood risk, loss of wild animals, I will not go to details. I will talk about the traffic congestions next page. Could you please move to the next page? So talk about the traffic impact. Let's see the road infrastructure challenges. As you can see from the first two pictures upside, Winston Churchill Boulevard from Conway to Lakeshore is a two-way single-lane road with no queue lane. As I mentioned earlier, three warehouses on Winston Churchill Boulevard is total 1.43 million square meter, which is larger than the DSV warehouses. As called DSV warehouses, non-peak hour average will be like 300 trucks in and out per hour. We can assume in the future, Winston Churchill Boulevard area, there will be like 200, 300 trucks per hour. Please see the pictures, the queue line on Lakeshore from Lakeshore to Southdown. And imagine the traffic situation on two-way single-lane Winston Churchill Boulevard with 300 trucks per hour. It will be traffic jam. Next page, please. The traffic impact to the community. Winston Churchill Boulevard from Conway to Lakeshore will become traffic bottleneck, congestion, and also the traffic congestion will radiate to the major roads nearby, Conway and Winston Churchill Boulevard, Conway and Ford. Heavy truck around the neighborhood area will certainly increase safety concerns. Commute to work will become nightmare to the residents nearby. With high volume trucks on Winston Churchill Boulevard, traffic accident will increase. Dearborn Avenue as emergency access, the frequency of usage will increase as well, which will directly impact the neighborhood on Dearborn. With 200 or 300 per hour on Winston Churchill Boulevard, nobody could walk or bike on this street. Residents who live on Winston Churchill Boulevard close to Lakeshore will be stressed out for the high volume trucks passing by or queuing at the front door. Last but not least, I would like to ask to developer, have you done proper due diligence to investigate whether Winston Churchill Boulevard infrastructure could let you achieve your warehouse efficiency or utilization rate? As resident nearby, I do hope Your investment could bring win-win situation to your business and to the community. So last page, please. So to conclude, I would like to ask Mayor and the councilors again, do not approve the both side plans until there is an updated full capacity and holistic view of transportation impact study with agreed mitigation plans to address noise, air pollution plans issues, and do not approve the both side plans until there is a mitigation plan to expand the Winston Churchill Boulevard from Conway to Lakeshore with 4 lanes and 1 queue lane. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Oh, thank you very much for the time you took to prepare it and to deliver it to us. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is David Mounts.
Welcome, Mr. Mounts. Council looks forward to your information.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, town councilors and staff. Thank you for the public process and for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is David Brian Mounts, or just Brian. I may be known to some of you as that video guy who used YouTube to sound the alarm about these proposals. I've lived for 18 years on Claremont Crescent, the longest I've lived anywhere, and I do love Oakville. I was previously a JCRA director during the Oakville power plant days, and I am again a JCRA director now, in large part because of the WCB situation. I would like to also mention that I've submitted to the town clerk department 2 petitions, one electronic and one paper, containing 1,294 signatures opposing these developments and asking the town to protect us from impacts if they must go ahead. Tonight, though, I am speaking purely for myself. I'm making my own delegation as a resident whose property is right next door to the WCB sites. I've done my best to prepare a delegation which is constructive and fact-based. It regards the subject of mitigations. However, I can't proceed without briefly stating that I am completely against these developments, and I do not understand how a good decision can be taken with so many unanswered questions and so much homework left incomplete. I believe WCB is a mistake by any standard, and the fact that we are here discussing this tonight reflects failures of municipal process. But if we must accept these developments, then mitigation, limitation, and enforcement are of utmost concern. Now, last October, Mayor Burton communicated in writing to a group of concerned homeowners some very good advice. He said, "My going-in assumption on site plan is that the mitigation must be framed to deal with the full utilization of the site, not some assumption about a lesser level of use." I take that view because tenants can change. In other words, it's what they could do, not what they say might be done, that I would use and that I am confident staff will use. Now, I'm pleased to see an SBA condition regarding an assessment at full utilization. I think that's what it means. Thank you for that. But my spidey senses are tingling because I'm seeing this for the first time, and I just have to say that operating condition at full build out does not sound like a synonym for full utilization. I don't know why we're not using plain, clear language. So I'm going to offer a constructive definition. When something is full, you can't put any more in. That's what full means. And full utilization, Mayor Burton's words, is what I think the residents are counting on to have assessed and for the mitigations to be based on. Having said that, I have 3 submissions, for want of a better word. The first, number 1, I believe that creation of a full utilization future state must include a critical look at how the peak hour assumptions were determined. It's not comforting to be told that on average, the facilities will comply with regulations if there are peak periods in which regulatory maximums are exceeded. In support, I refer to the peer review of the 772 Transportation Impact Study, page 4. The description of the development proposal should include approximate hours of operation. For this site, shift work could lead to varying peak hour factors or queuing. In further support, I refer to the transportation impact study submitted by 772 WCB, in which it is stated in Exhibit 3.8 that the morning peak hour traffic was calculated by T equals, bear with me here, T equals 0.12x plus 25.32. No footnote, no explanation. And my request to the planning department is to explain the source of that formula and, most importantly, how they have determined it to be valid. And finally, in additional support for my point, I refer to the planning department recommendation report, page 26, which we saw for the first time last week, which says that transportation and engineering staff have asked the town's transportation peer reviewer to confirm the following: whether the number of truck trips entering and exiting the site as described within the transportation impact studies seem reasonable. The fact is that we're at the 11th hour and we do not even know if the developer's numbers seem reasonable. To me, that appears terribly casual. The truth is that to this point, the only volume numbers on the table are those put forward by the developers without challenge. It's a clear conflict of interest. Those numbers are absolutely critical because they've been used as the primary input to downstream studies regarding traffic, noise, and air quality. And to make matters worse, possibly amplifying any errors, the method by which peak hours are estimated is opaque and unjustified. Point 2. My second point is regarding logistics industry expertise, and I submit that the town planning department is in urgent need of logistics industry expertise, which has appeared conspicuously absent in the process to date. I urge the town to act immediately to secure such expertise. In support, I refer back to my previous observations in which I highlighted that the town hasn't even determined if the traffic numbers are reasonable and that all the important downstream studies and peer reviews are predicated on those numbers. This is critically important. 3, my final point is about backup beepers. I'm well aware that the provincial land use compatibility guidelines don't consider backup beepers as a stationary noise source. A fact that's introduced uncertainty about how the impact from beepers should be considered. I submit that Oakville should include the noise from backup beepers in determining the need for mitigations. In support, I will offer the same guidance that residents got from the town. They're guidelines only. They don't apply in this instance because the lands have already been zoned. Well, if they don't apply to protect residents, then they shouldn't apply to protect developers. And the developer's choice to exclude beepers from their acoustic studies is clearly self-serving, and it's not founded on any applicable legal requirement or guideline. In additional support, I reference the planning department's recommendation. Page 27 under land use compatibility, which says the ministry guidelines recognize that backup beepers are safety devices and as such do not provide any specific guidelines for these sources of noise. But the ministry actually goes a step further than what was cited by the planning department, and in A5 definitions related to stationary noise sources, it says the definition and categorization of stationary sources are provided as appropriate guidance to be used at the discretion of the land use planning authority. And I'm pretty sure the land use planning authority means the town of Oakville, and that the door is wide open for the town to make its own determination. And finally, in support, while acknowledging that the guidelines can't be strictly applied in our circumstances, I do firmly believe that they say a great deal about how things should be done. They are aspirational. They describe how we want things to be done, even while recognizing that the real world's not that perfect and things will not always work out the way we want. So I'd like to read a few very short passages from D6. Under D6, B6, Baker 6, sound levels due to stationary sources. The estimation of the stationary source under impact assessment needs to reflect the principle of predictable worst case noise impact. Worst case. Under 445, vacant industrial land, that's us, where there is no existing industrial facility within the area designated and zoned for such use, determination of the potential influence area should be based upon worst case scenario. Under 4.7 mitigation, additional mitigation measures may need to be incorporated at the expense of the developer where the industrial facility is operating in compliance. That's really noteworthy. Even where operating in compliance, additional mitigation measures may be required. And then it goes on to say that the municipality should have legal agreements to bind the property owners and that bonds should be required. The intent seems perfectly clear to me, given the words worst case scenario, to the greatest degree possible, at the expense of the developer, bonds required. So to sum up, I applaud the inclusion of a condition that requires mitigation based on a full utilization future state. But the devil's in the details, and I'm uncomfortable with the words that I saw tonight. I'm urging the town to seek proper assessment of peak hour traffic, to equip itself with some independent logistics expertise. And I'm asking the town to include backup beepers as a critical element of that evaluation. It has felt like being told that there's nothing can be done. Don't ask for too much, because if you do, there'll be an OLT appeal. And it's felt like we've been put in a straitjacket, told to accept our lot and not to wiggle too much for fear it could annoy the developers. It is a terrible feeling. I implore the town to do everything in its power to shelter us and protect us, because it seems certain that mitigation, limitation, and enforcement offer the only hope remaining to us. And in closing, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I implore you one last time, please do the right thing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mounts. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel has a question for you. Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Brian, thank you very much for all you've done to try to raise what are really excellent points around the opaqueness that's needed in the data, the fact that the language needs to speak to full utilization and holding us to account for that, and the fact that worst case scenario really does need to be a benchmark. I guess I have a very tough question for you. The applicants have an offer on the table that I understand expires today, June 27th. It includes some conditions which I know will have read in the report, because you have done your homework very thoroughly. Based on those conditions, if we don't accept an offer today or approve this site plan, they are in an appeal position to go to the land tribunal. And I respect your description that it feels like a straitjacket. I can relate to that most days on this file. Would you prefer that council consider walking away from the offer that's on the table that includes some phasing around construction, some monetary gain to perhaps make some improvements in the neighborhood, some possible reductions to the nighttime dock use? Or would you like us to pursue conditions at the land tribunal?
I am not persuaded that what's in that commitment letter is really of appreciable value to the residents here. The money for trails and trees, I haven't talked to a single resident who thinks that is worthwhile. And so what we're left with is a slight reconfiguration of the buildings and an unspecified, yeah, we might shut something down at night, but no quantification, no nothing on that. So my answer would be, I personally am prepared to take our chances and see the developer complain. I don't think that the things the town and the residents are looking for are unreasonable. I think I've been pretty clear in my response.
Okay, and I do have one last question, and that's around if there are pages of conditions, which I know you've read, and those conditions do speak to a lot of the completion, closing of gaps in the peer review studies that Councillor Giddings and I were pleased to at least get the initial ones in place. If those gaps are closed, and if the full utilization study is done as it's reported it would be, and we get some adjustments on a quantification on dock use at night, would you be more prepared to accept what's on the table?
I'll qualify the answer a little bit. It's basically yes. The qualification is that there are colleagues of mine and neighbors of mine that have yet to speak, and there's some serious talk around mitigations and conditions that should be heard tonight. I believe that in total, if we were able to achieve some level of the conditions that are in the planning report and some which will be talked about tonight, that I would be able to wrap my head around that. I don't think this thing should be happening at all. But under those conditions, I'd feel like we'd have a chance of being able to live with it. And that would be my preference.
Brian, thank you very much for your time on all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
Next delegation is Des Brown.
Welcome, Mr. Brown. Council looks forward to your information.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. We look forward to your information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what an act to follow. Just my luck that I have to go right after Mr. Mounts, a fellow JCRA board member. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow neighbor, along with esteemed council members, as well as friends and neighbors that have joined us this evening. Thank you for allowing my delegation to be heard on agenda item 7.4. Again, my name is Des Brown. I'm currently a recognized board member of the Joshua Creek Residents Association. I'd like to also acknowledge Mr. Mounts that just spoke before me as a fellow board member. Upcoming, I hope, Elizabeth Chalmers, president of the Joshua Creek Residents Association, along with Marianne Richardson, secretary, as well as a fellow board member, Neil Westall. We look forward to their delegations later this evening or potentially right after me. I wasn't sure how to approach this tonight. I'm fairly new to the JCRA board, so there's going to be a little bit of mix of board and personalization to this. And I've decided to move away from my Al Pacino scent of a woman routine and sort of stick to my Atticus Finch persona, as I think you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. But I wanted to address you all tonight with our concerns over this. I have lived in Oakville. I was in Joshua, or excuse me, I used to live in North Oakville for 14 years, and my wife and I, Teresa, along with our 3 children, moved down to East Lake about 5 years ago, and we absolutely adore this community and the residents and friends that we've made along the way. I want to take this opportunity to discuss these WC projects and combine for combination in a holistic approach and their impending impact on our community. Specifically, I'd like to refer to the Ministry of Environment D1 land use compatibility guidelines and how they may have applied to these proposed developments. I think it's important for the residents, as we've had several community meetings, to sort of address the elephant in the room as to how we got here. So if you would mind just allowing me some leeway here, just to go back in time and look at some historical reference so that we can proceed and move forward in my conversation this evening. I did want to read the D1 land use compatibility synopsis that I pulled from the Ontario.ca website, and I would like to do that as a refresher for foundational pillars for land use planning. This guideline identifies the direct interest of the ministry in recommending separation distances and other control measures for land use planning proposals to prevent or minimize adverse effects from the encroachment of incompatible land uses where a facility either exists or is proposed. This guideline sets context for all existing and new guidelines relating to land use compatibility. The guideline is intended to apply only when a change in land use is proposed. However, compatibility concerns should be recognized and addressed at the earliest possible stage of the land use planning process for which each particular agency has jurisdiction. The intent is to achieve protection from off-site adverse effects, supplementing legislated controls. The guideline encourages informed decision-making for ministry staff, land use planning, and approval authorities and consultants. I won't bore you with the rest. I think I've made some very valid points in there. I want to focus for a minute on the use of the word incompatible as it relates to what I just read. If in fact there was an extra duty of care placed upon rezoning in 2014, I'm very challenged as to how we got here. And I think other residents are as well, that we moved from an E1 light industrial situation into an E2, possibly medium to heavier situation, in that warehousing was pulled out of that light industrial definition, as words do matter, and less than thoughtful consideration of possible scope and intensity of such proposed projects, not just in this particular area, but as they apply to the entire town of Oakville, it's troubling for me that if you refer back to informed decision-making, that it doesn't seem that we had that duty of care back when rezoning was happening in 2014. I cannot speak, I was not in the area as to any information that was circulated within the area to residents at that time. However, I have heard from some residents that have lived in the area longer than me this evening, and I'm sure I will be listening to a few more. As you may suspect, there are some 40-year-plus residents in this neighborhood, and we look forward to their commentary. But we did hear from Mr. Charles, Director of Planning. He was nice enough to meet with us on March 8th of this year, and he did make some interesting comments that when the topic of specificity and definition around warehousing came up, there was an admission made that the town has not kept up with the changes in warehousing, which we now in fact see is propagating the possibility of these developments moving forward. So that we may agree, as Mr. Zhu said earlier, James, that some mistakes or oversights have been made in not providing residents with the protections that we expect and deserve. So let's just jump ahead to where we are now, as Brian had just admitted a few minutes earlier. It's been mentioned several times in conversations with town staff that these developers have been in the application process for several years. I would suggest that with everything happening through COVID during that span, delays were to be expected. I mean, you know, I hope you're not looking for a passport anytime soon. I'm still not sure that what the absolute rush is, when clearly there are many loose ends around these proposals. Brian mentioned many, other residents have mentioned many this evening. I'd also like to comment in general on corporations and their ESG platforms, which are on the forefront of all business in 2022 and beyond. And the ESG platforms are a key element in the vast majority of businesses. And it's disappointing that these developers at hand are choosing to essentially recline their seat because they've paid for their seat on a flight and not taking into consideration the neighbor potentially behind them. Just because you can recline your seat, as we all know, anybody who's traveled, doesn't necessarily mean you should, depending on who's sitting behind you. I think that's the Canadian way. However, I will acknowledge that they have complied. They're used by right. They're in compliance. The zoning is in effect, so they have decided to move forward. However, I don't think that it should trump the residents' rights, some of whom, as I mentioned, have lived here for over 40 years. Another resident earlier mentioned about livable Oakville. To me, it represents the fact that residents sit at the top and center of all decision-making in the livable Oakville ecosystem. This beckons back to informed decision-making. It would appear to me that from the reports I have read and all of the MOE guidelines, growth plan for the GTHA, provincial policy statements, as they pertain to the Horizon Plan, which, by the way, as we all know, has been pushed back to 2051, that we want to get things right. So again, not sure why we're rushing. As a resident abutting these proposed developments and in consultation with friends and neighbors, our greatest concern and therefore concern for mitigations revolves around the adverse effect on quiet enjoyment of our lives as a result of expected noise pollution that will be emanating from these sites 24/7. I would like to applaud the town council and you as well, Mr. Mayor, for creating such a robust and specific set of bylaws around potential noise and the effects on our residents in general. As we look for mitigations in this area, it deeply disappoints me that studies presented by the developers were minimalistic at best and when peer-reviewed were incomplete. I would especially like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking the charge to have our noise bylaws essentially reinstated, which you, at the top of this meeting this evening, you so happily shared with us. So thank you for taking that to Mr. Clark. I understand he was reassigned as the minister. So thank you, sir, for that. I'd also like to thank Councillor Hazlett-Thiel and Councillor Giddings, who has been heavily involved in this as well, and for all other councillors that have invested their time and efforts in reading up on the situation at hand. So in closing, I think that we're all looking for peace of mind in our area. We've invested a lot of time, effort in establishing roots here in this community, and we have no intention of leaving. We just redeveloped our property and are very, very happy with this area, and hopefully we can live in some peace and quiet. We're hoping that potentially that the town could take a broader based policy review of this situation and not let it happen again in other wards. People often say, you know, not in my backyard. Well, I like to say not in our backyard. Is the most livable town in Canada. I'm very proud to live in Oakville. I'm very proud to be part of this community and beyond the four walls around me, as my wife is, who works as an ICU physiotherapist at the Oakville Hospital. And I applaud obviously her and her colleagues for what they've been up to over the last couple of years. And I really appreciate the fact that I do believe that you will stand up for us. I do believe in our elected officials and that we can count on you to do what's right and what's just. And let's look at a little more detail in and around some of these reports that have come to light. So thank you all kindly for allowing me to delegate this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
The next delegation is Elizabeth Chalmers, President of Joshua Creek Residents Association.
Hi there.
Welcome, Ms. Chalmers. Council looks forward to your information.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you to Council for providing residents the opportunity to delegate on the approval of the site plan applications tonight. We appreciate that this Council places importance on listening to residents, and I would further like to acknowledge the Planning Department for their ongoing willingness to both engage with and respond to residents' questions and comments. And also thank you to the applicants for the public meeting they hosted in September 2021, and to IBI Properties for reaching out to JCRA regarding residents' concerns. As the clerk said, my name is Elizabeth Chalmers, and I'm speaking tonight as the president of the Joshua Creek Residents Association on significant concerns our residents have regarding the building proposals specified in the site plan applications. A bit of an explanation as to why. Each of these site plan applications proposes a massive warehouse facility, approximately 600,000 total square feet, multiple buildings, at least one 50-foot building on each site, parking for 356 and 419 vehicles, truck loading docks of 116 and 110 respectively, and on 770 Winston Churchill, 94 spaces for tractor trailer storage. Neither SPA proposes a noise wall to block sound and provide mitigation, proposes upgrades to Winston Churchill to accommodate volume, or has a plan to address noise and emissions from potential lines of idling trucks. Furthermore, these SPAs are for land zoned for E2 business employment, which you know is defined as light industrial with minimal impacts. The definition is deceptive because what's proposed on these sites is the opposite of light and minimal. The definition of E2 gives no hint of the scale and magnitude of what is permitted to be built. The Director of Planning referenced earlier in the evening that prior to 2014, warehousing was part of zoning, but it was under a definition or a use called light industrial. In 2014, it was changed to be its own permitted use. And while that might be a minor change at the planning level, it's significant for residents because it now has the right to operate 24/7. There's no limits on scale or size. Both of these SPAs are for 70% lot coverage. And the minimum distance to the residential properties is just 15 meters. So residents did question why such a change was made on land that was intended to serve as a buffer for the industrial land beyond. And residents have reasonable expectations, I believe, that the town of Oakville will seek mitigation in any site plan application to ensure the proposed developments do not prevent residents from the enjoyment of their properties, and that the rights of residential properties owners are respected and protected, equal to the respect and protection for employment landowners. There are many conditions on these site plans tonight, and we thank the planning department for the comprehensive report. We do wonder if the fact that there are so many is indicative that it is being rushed, as some other people noted. Our residents believe that there are several outstanding issues that still need to be addressed by adding conditions to the site plan decision, approval decision. While we appreciate the spirit of the proposals in the applicant's letter of commitment, residents are looking for meaningful mitigation, and we would like the commitment to that mitigation to be stated in a clear, specific, and unambiguous manner. The first condition that we want to have added, we've already discussed, and to some extent, it looks like it will be added. We would like to ensure that, full use of these facilities or these proposed developments is the basis for site plan approval. And by full use, we mean capacity, all movements of vehicles and trucks, and we also include the backup beepers in that as well. Neither one of these site plan applications provides the raw data that supports the undercapacity utilization assumptions and conclusions. So we need to ensure that's there. We need to ask, where's the warehouse and logistics industry data that supports the assumptions? How do they align with typical standard industry practices? These proposed facilities are massive, and the scale is clearly intended to maximize the owner's return on investment in their properties. The approval process is the only opportunity for mitigation. There's no mechanism for mitigation at a later date if it takes 5 years to get to full capacity, so we need to deal with it now. Second condition is the construction of a noise wall around the perimeter of the buildings on the western side. The primary concern, you've already heard it tonight, is noise for nearby residents. It's significant noise, given that each of these sites have over 100 loading bays. These are warehouse facilities. So the trucks and their associated noises and movements, they're central to the operations. It's not a peripheral use. So they need to be included in that mitigation. I was going to speak to the Ministry of Environment noise guidelines regarding worst case scenario, but you did hear it in Brian's delegation, so I won't repeat it. I did also want to note that the Ministry of Environment guidelines include specific examples of stationary sources that are subject to their guidelines. Warehousing is one of them. The stationary source is understood to encompass all the activities taking place within the property boundary, including regular on-site truck traffic and material handling, including routine loading and unloading and on-site movements. Erecting a noise wall around the perimeter of these sites would address needed mitigation. Another condition that we feel strongly about is that there is a construction plan that ensures that buildings intended to act as noise barriers are built first, and that they are fully complete before operations are permitted to begin. Residents do have a concern that construction could be dragged out for years, or it might never be built. And that's an issue if the building is meant to serve as a noise barrier. So the timing of the construction is a concern. What happens to the noise mitigation if the buildings are not constructed? The letter of commitment states that the easterly buildings will be done first. Operations will not begin until they're substantially complete. How do we define substantial? Can we quantify it? Why would it not be fully completed if they're meant to be a noise barrier before any operations begin? How does construction of the easterly buildings address that noise mitigation? Another condition related to one of the proposals that the applicant had in their letter regarding the reduction of nighttime operations. It's not quantified, so it's not clear if it's meaningful as noise mitigation. There's no specifics. Is it the number of bays? Is it frequency of turnover? We would need some specific clarity around that. And finally, the other one you've also already addressed, Mr. Mayor, which is requesting that the municipality go to the provincial government and ask for regulatory municipal authority over noise to be returned. And so we thank you for doing that. Two other comments. Truck volumes will impact safe use of Winston Churchill. The Director of Planning referred to it as a major arterial road, and it may well be north of Royal Windsor because it's 4 lanes on both sides and they're paved the whole way, but it is not major arterial road south of Barrel Road. It's 2 lanes with gravel shoulders. Has the town confirmed that Peel Region, who has the authority to maintain the road, has the planned capital budget to undertake any upgrades? And when is that capital budget available? Residents witness long lines of trucks in other areas of town, South Down Road, Ford Drive. You saw some pictures earlier in one of the previous delegations. That's problematic in those locations. How is this situation to be avoided on Winston Churchill? And finally, the other issue I wish to speak to is the decision to install the sewage sanitary services for these massive facilities by digging up Acacia Court. It seems particularly egregious to residents to do that. These are designated economically significant lands intended to bolster economic activity, but the installation of the services is to be absorbed literally and figuratively by 12 households. It would seem that given the scale, the size, and the intensity of these sites, the property owner should be required to undertake installation and servicing costs via a dedicated pumping station. And maybe there are some other alternatives that could be addressed, but I don't believe it is appropriate to put all of that on 12 households on Acacia Court. So in conclusion, I ask on behalf of JCR residents that we do have additional conditions to be included in the approval process: the full maximum use, construction of a noise wall, a construction plan that addresses the noise mitigation role of certain buildings, and clear, specific, and meaningful reduction of operations during the nighttime hours, maybe even the evening hours too, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chalmers, for the time you took to present your information. Madam Clerk, the next delegation.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry. Oh,
Mr.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Chalmers, thank you very much for your delegation. Further to the question that Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel asked Mr. Mounts, I appreciate your requested conditions, and staff will speak to that later on. What we have before us this evening is a site plan. Is your preference that we accept what is in place as you've read about this evening, or lose that by moving forward?
So are you referring to the letter of commitment from the applicants when you say accept the offer? Because, for example, the neutral color palette as an offer, I mean, really?
Yeah, that is June 27th, that expires. And we also have the OLT to consider as well. So in combination of that.
I've never been a supporter of going to the OLT. I believe that because I believe that it is important to work with applicants. I do agree with that. I can see the planning department has put in many conditions. I think that's important. I do think it seems rushed. I think earlier delegations that spoke to discrepancies in the traffic. I think there's significant discrepancies in the studies that have been undertaken, and they need to be addressed. It's the studies that need to be addressed, right? They need to show me the raw data that supports the conclusions that you've made. We want to see meaningful noise mitigation, meaningful and substantial mitigation for the noise. It's the #1 issue for residents, clearly, because of the way the facility is back on. So we need to see that in the site plan conditions, and that's why we're asking for a noise wall, for a construction plan that addresses the noise mitigation that's proposed by the layout of the site and where certain buildings are placed. And we would certainly appreciate any type of meaningful reduction in the overnight hours. Did I answer the question?
You certainly did. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Chalmers. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Marianne Richardson and Neil Westall from the JCRA. Welcome,
Mr. Westall and Ms. Richardson. Council is looking forward to hearing from you. And I'm looking at the screen looking for you. There, I see Marion. Ms. Richardson, you're on mute if you don't already know that. There you go.
Oh, hi. I think Neil was going to go first. We're doing a joint presentation.
Well,
I signed in. Should I sign out again and he should sign in?
No, I hesitate to advise that. I'm delighted first that we can hear you well. And, and we will just take a second to see if Neil materializes.
He's coming.
And the clerk says he's coming, and I can see him now. Mr. Westall, in case you don't know, you're muted. There you are.
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Councillors and Town Staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on matters regarding item 7.4 on the agenda for this evening's meeting. JCRA appreciates the opportunity to delegate. Some of what I'm going to be saying this evening has been touched upon, if not emphasized by others, but it's important to recognize that this is not just a few people thinking about things. We're all thinking about these kinds of things, and we're all trying to make our points here. Several delegations will speak or have spoken to issues that are brought up by each of the warehouse proposals for 560 and 750 Winston Churchill. We appreciate the town evaluates each proposal on its merits and judges accordingly. It's our understanding that the town is required to look at each submission individually rather than as part of a group. We have two concerns we wish to bring to your attention in this context. On traffic, as some of you may know from previous delegations, JCRA is very concerned about ensuring that there's a proper and thorough overview of the impacts of these proposed developments and nearby ones to the east in Mississauga as a group, not only as individual projects, as it is only then that the town can evaluate, assess, and mitigate any issues that might arise from the proposed developments taken as a whole. First, let me refer you to slide 1, if I may be given slide 1. Well, it's not critical in this sense because you've probably seen this already. It shows where the properties are, and then slide 2, which you haven't seen yet, shows you both the individual key statistics for each development and the total for all 3 developments. And there are 3 developments here, 10 total new warehouses, 2.4 million square feet of additional warehouse space, 433 loading docks, 1,557 employee parking spaces. These are huge development projects by any standards. Traffic study projections on Winston Churchill and crossing roads have been undertaken for each of these proposals and have essentially concluded that signal timing modification at Winston Churchill and Beryl and Winston Churchill Rawwoods Road would deal with the expected increase in traffic in both cases. None of these assesses adequately the overall impact of the cumulative maximum usage transport truck and passenger vehicle trips envisaged at both sites based upon what has been proposed to be built. Since the prospective tenants for these sites have not been identified, we must assume maximum usage of the sites. The proponents of 700-750 Winston Churchill have suggested a signalized intersection at the entrance or exit to that site from Winston Churchill and the proposed extension of Orr Road to Winston Churchill from the east, which would facilitate truck traffic in and out of that property. As far as we can tell from their SPA, the developers of 560 Winston Churchill are assuming right in, right out access for trucks at their north entrance from Winston Churchill without a signalized intersection. We appreciate that the proximity of the signalized intersection proposed for 700-750 might be too close to this proposed entrance to 560 to allow for an additional signalized intersection for the property, but without some additional lane development on Winston Churchill to accommodate the access to 560, it is highly likely that traffic flow on Winston Churchill will be severely impacted by this arrangement. You've already seen a slide showing that the Winston Churchill is currently a 2-lane rural road with gravel margins. We therefore propose that the town initiate an integrated independent study to assess the need for modifications to Winston Churchill to accommodate the proposed maximum traffic load from these developments and the existing and expanding project at 759 WCB in Mississauga. The study should be carried out in partnership with the City of Mississauga, since it owns WCB and is responsible for its maintenance and repair. Given the issues identified, we believe that such a study should determine what improvements to Winston Churchill would be required to accommodate the expected traffic volumes from the proposed new multiple warehouse sites, in addition to all current and expected operational sites on Winston Churchill and Beryl, Cornwall, and specifically including assessing the possibility of widening Winston Churchill to 4 lanes at least as far south from Beryl as Deer Run. With the likely timeline for approval and construction of these proposed projects, there should be ample time for this study to be undertaken and for both municipalities to move forward safely. Our other point of concern is the proposal to increase the capacity of the Acacia Court sanitary sewer line to handle personal hygiene outflows from the 2 projects on the Oakville side of Winston Churchill. This promises to be a very disruptive construction in terms of noise, vibration from tunneling, and inconvenience for the residents, because the court will be excavated to enlarge the existing sanitary sewer pipe, and then the entire court will be resurfaced. Taking account of the presence of a large active project nearby in Mississauga, 759, within an area permitted for potential additional developments beyond the very large proposals under discussion here, we believe it's appropriate to revisit the earlier concept of constructing a pumping station on the east side of Winston Churchill to service all the proposed and existing projects and any subsequent developments. This would effectively future-proof the sanitary sewer capacity for the foreseeable future and would alleviate the problems at Acacia Court. Marion Richardson will now delegate on the issue and mitigation of noise on these properties. I see we now have the slide up. I should just point out to you, the Orr Road extension comes right across from Ibnhead to, from Hazelhurst to the entrance that is marked at 772. It is shown on their plans as being constructed. So I will now pass it over to Marion. Thank you.
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, could you move to slide 4 through that PowerPoint? And then I'll start. Hello, I'm Marion Richardson, Secretary of the JCRA. I'm here tonight with Neil, Elizabeth, Brian, and Des to speak on behalf of the JCRA. The JCRA appreciates this opportunity to speak to the mayor and councilors tonight about the site plan applications before council tonight. I would like to take this opportunity to draw your attention to some of our grave concerns about the scale, intensity, and the noise that will be generated by the massive scale and intensity of the 2 development proposals before you tonight. First, I would like to present a few slides to explain the basis of our concern. This first slide shows a map of the area and the location of the developments. I will refer to 772 Winston Churchill Boulevard and 560. Both developments are located on the west side of Winston Churchill, south of Beryl Drive, which is an extension of Cornwall Road. I've then highlighted the streets where the residents in Aspen Forest live adjacent to these sites. So you can see the lower line on the south side of the properties. I mean, it's not totally south because of angles in whatever there. So, but Deer Run runs completely along that one side. You can see where Acacia Court loops up in there, and then Deer Run runs over, and then Claremont starts. I think my pen slipped it down to Aspen Forest, but it should be up at Claremont. So you can see how residents immediately ring the whole property. on the west and south sides, and the effects will extend past through the whole southeast Oakville community, especially noise and secondarily, or probably more important in terms of spread, would be emissions and air pollution. Can you go to the next slide, please? This slide is intended to compare the size of these developments against the previously proposed warehouse facility on Cornwall Road to help everyone visualize the magnitude of these projects. So you can see the 772 has 2 buildings. They're taller, and it has 662,000 square feet, which is essentially double the size of the Cornwall Road property. Has 116 loading bays, which is more than double the loading bays at Cornwall Road, and it has lower half the number of parking spaces. 560, again, now it has 3 buildings, again higher, again in the 640 range, which is double, and 110 loading bays and 419 parking spaces. So in total, you've got 5 buildings, 1.3 million square feet of warehouse distribution space, 226 loading bays. There's 94 trailer parking spaces that aren't on this chart, and 775 employer van parking spaces. So it's four more buildings. It's higher. It's 4.2 times bigger in terms of size. There's 5 times the number of truck bays and 1.2 times the amount of employee parking. And then on the far side there, I have the building at 759 Winston Churchill, which again is another 745,000 square feet, which again is more than double what was at Cornwall. So it just gives you an idea of when we say mega, we're not exaggerating. It really, truly is mega. I also wanted to add that each of the buildings on the 772 and 560 Winston Churchill site that are under proposal tonight have 2 drive-in, drive-out doors. So it is conceivable to us that these warehouses could be used as delivery stations by future tenants, which could significantly increase traffic volumes, with delivery vans entering and leaving each site with small loads and significantly increased frequency. This scenario has not been factored into the traffic and noise studies. Each van would be required to use backup beepers as well. This needs to be considered, given the town has implicitly expanded the warehouse definition in June 2020 to also mean a delivery facility or distribution facility. If you could go to the next slide. This is the 772 property. The site plan for each development show how they've been designed with loading bays located in the center between the buildings to help mitigate noise. So you can see the loading docks in the center there. But we wish to point out that this only helps mitigate noise once all the buildings are completed. If a building is constructed first or second that exposes truck loading bays to adjacent residents, then there's no noise mitigation in place. All buildings must be constructed at once for the noise mitigation design to work as intended. If phased construction is anticipated, it must be agreed as a condition of site plan approval. In other words, it's the condition that says these buildings have to be built first before another one can be built that could expose residents to the noise sound. The JCRA has requested and strongly supports a condition that site plan approval includes a construction timeline that specifies those buildings constructed to act as noise barriers are built before other buildings, so that the noise mitigation they are intended to provide is in place, and those buildings are fully completed prior to any operations being permitted on the site. The JCRA has reviewed the traffic and noise studies and the peer reviews and noted the following. Oh, do you want to go to the next building as well? Sorry. Oh, before you just leave this slide on, if you can go back one. I also showed where the exit is on this building. There's one main is sort of in the center there and lining up with Orr Road. And then there's also a south exit that's right in, right out only. You can go to the next slide now. And this is 560, again, that shows the parking in the middle, but you can see if they built building C first, because they leased it first, for example, and left building in A and B out, there would be no sound mitigation for any resident. Where am I now? Oh, yeah, JCRA reviewed the traffic and noise studies in the peer reviews and noted the following omissions. The peer review noted that noise from backup beepers and truck movements, including speeding and rough driving, plus coupling and uncoupling at loading bays, should be included in the noise studies for both sites. And that was in the peer review. So they have stated that that's missing. The noise studies also failed to measure noise at receptors outdoors, for example, in people's backyards, and noted that this must be included in future studies. So they've left out backup beavers, they've left out truck noise, and they haven't assessed anything outside. So, I mean, they're very light in terms of impact that they included in their studies. The activity analyzed on the sites was at very low levels compared with the size of the operation. Full utilization of these two developments with 5 large warehouses that could become enormous delivery centers must be used as a basis for further study and mitigation recommendations. It recommended that independent logistics experts be retained to determine full capacity utilization for these types of operations. And then JCRA strongly supports the condition that site plan approval be based on maximum use of the site and include noise from backup beepers and truck movements on site, including coupling and uncoupling at loading bays, to ensure the agreed mitigation of noise, traffic congestion, flow, and air quality is commensurate with and effective for the facilities that are being proposed. What are we doing? The JCRA was only recently advised that Bill 215 passed by the provincial government during COVID removed municipal regulatory control over noise on all E2 zone land in Oakville, including these proposed sites. We had taken some comfort that once tenants were identified for developments, residents could rely on bylaw enforcement in the town to require implementation of further noise mitigation if required. It should be noted that these types of developments in these SPAs are located in E3 industrial zones in most communities, and they're far removed from residential areas. So they're usually up along the highways, near train tracks, and in industrial business parks. Furthermore, no tenants have been identified for any of these new facilities, so no operational information is available to conduct a proper assessment of noise, air quality, and traffic impact from tenants that will use these facilities. Finally, construction of these properties could continue for years, depending on the economy and availability of similar warehouse space on the market. Years of ongoing construction noise is also a significant concern for residents. With all these unknowns, plus weak regulatory protection for residents, the JCRA strongly recommends site plan approval includes construction of a noise wall to be built prior to construction of any buildings along the exterior west boundary of 772 with wraparound corners, and along the exterior west and south boundaries of 560, also with wraparound corners. The intent is to provide a continuous noise wall across both properties. We also have a recommendation that I think the mayor is already undertaking regarding reinstatement of the municipal noise bylaw. So I thank you for that, and I won't read that one out. These lands were originally zoned E2 in 2014 when they were originally E1 until 2014 when they were rezoned to E2 with no community consultation. The JCRA was advised in 2022 that warehouses were permitted under light industrial when they were zoned E1, so there was really no substantial change to use. However, while investigating this situation, we learned that under E2, warehouses can operate 24/7. This means these properties can generate noise and emission 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will not be E1 light industrial warehouses or other businesses allowed under E1 zoning that are precluded from operating 24/7. For this reason, together with the lack of bylaw enforcement and unknown tenants, JCRA expressed concern that the applicant's proposed reduction in nighttime operations is not quantified, and it is not clear if it will be meaningful as a noise mitigation strategy.
Ms. Richardson,
Yeah.
are you about at the end? Because
Yeah, I just said in the last 2 point, like short points. I'll just say JCRA respectfully asks that council insert the additional conditions related to studies and mitigation based on full maximum use of the site, construction of a noise wall face construction as discussed previously, a clear and specific and meaningful reduction in operations from 7 p.m. to from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. That one we've discussed, and a review of the alternatives to the sewage connection at Acacia Court in terms of a pumping station or perhaps a connection at the end of Deer Run Road, which would be less impact on residents. Thank you very much for your time.
thank you. Thank you very much to both of you for the care you took to reinforce JCRA's advice to us. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Kevin Pye.
Welcome, Mr. Pye. Mr. Pye, we look forward to your information. If you aren't aware, you're muted, and if you just unmute, we'll be ready to hear you. There you go.
There we go. Thank you so much for your patience. It's been a long evening, and I appreciate the time to talk to everyone here tonight. I want to thank the members of the JCRA and my fellow neighbors for putting a great presentation forward for the concerns of the residents here around this development, and I sincerely thank them for all the efforts. But here tonight, I'm here to represent the residents of Acacia Court. I live on Acacia Court, and I want to draw your attention to a document that we submitted last night to the council entitled Concerns from the Residents of Acacia Court. We all came together in recent days, exchanging dozens of emails, and been working together as an organized, unified group of concerned residents. But first, I just want to share a little bit about what it's like to live in this neighborhood. I don't think there's been enough emphasis on this. Our neighborhood is really unique. For the last 40 years, this neighborhood has blossomed into something quite beautiful. Everyone who lives here is friendly and welcoming. We stop to chat when we're walking our dogs. Everyone says hi and waves. Even most of the teenagers wave, which is really kind of different than most other places we've been around. And all the little kids play together in the parks. It's a truly harmonious place to live. And it's further complemented by our surroundings of mature trees, lavish gardens, and ample park space. This is a place of peace and happiness and joy. It's the embodiment of a livable Oakville. For the last several decades, the land in question has sat undeveloped while we've invested in our homes, raised our families, and built our lives and our careers around living here. And along the way, we've also built up equity in the homes that we enjoy living in so much. 40 years sets the precedent for how the region of Oakville should be used and enjoyed. And there are no developments given any consideration that should challenge the amazing progress that we've made towards such a livable Oakville. Sadly, I feel that the proposal at hand has the propensity to destroy all of that. The existing industrial production in the region is already a constant source of noise pollution, eroding our ability to have a quiet cup of coffee outside in the morning or a glass of wine after dinner. And the new proposals are each slated to run at a maximum permitted level of noise, which I think when you have 2 or 3 facilities running at maximum noise means we're going to have 2 or 3 levels of the maximum permitted level of noise on top of what already exists. Hundreds of truck bays in our backyard that will likely run 24/7, 365. This will materially diminish and both the value and enjoyment of our way of life here. Who on earth would want to live a few meters from the largest warehousing operation in Canada? This development doesn't just impact the row of homes adjacent to the land, it impacts our entire neighborhood and community at large. This is why mega warehouses aren't built in residential areas. I can't believe that Oakville, of all places, would want to be associated with one of Canada's largest warehouses that destroys the livability of one of their vibrant communities. And in order to build this mammoth eyesore, the intention is to dig up our street to facilitate for the sewer of the development. This involves expanding the current sewer capabilities and also working with a live sewer while doing so. It's adding an insult to injury to have their wastewater running underneath our feet. This inconvenience and risk to the homes on Acacia Court is purely for the economic benefit of the proposal. We truly hope this project is not approved, but if it is, we highly encourage an alternate sewer route be chosen. It is of the greatest concern of the residents on Acacia Court that should a sewer line ultimately be put down underneath our street, that every measure taken to ensure the safety of our homes and from sewer waste. I think it's a reasonable ask that the developers pay for and install backflow preventers for each of the homes on Acacia Court. And furthermore, we would like some assurances the sewer line is adequately sized, the warehouse running at full capacity, along with any future needs that might occur, so their street doesn't need to be dug up again. We also want to make note that the large-scale construction project like this has the potential to distort rainwater drainage, which could potentially put our homes at higher risk for flood damage down the road. Overall, this project risks not only destroying our quality of life here, but potentially our very homes themselves. This is just not acceptable. We love our neighborhood and we love the life that we live here. If we truly want to maintain a livable Oakville, the town must protect the community from the negative consequences that occur when economic investment takes priority over the health and wellness of its residents. We simply cannot accept that the town of Oakville would ever approve of these mega warehouse proposals, and we implore you all to think about the long-term impacts that this would have on the livability of this space and this special pocket in our great town. That's all I have to say, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for bringing your information to us tonight. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Jason McLeish.
Mr. McLeish, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
All right, thanks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well. Thank you very much.
Awesome. So first of all, my name is Jason McLeish. I live at 397 Claremont Crescent, where my backyard sits right between the two property lines of the two developments that are proposed, and we back onto that space. I know it's been a long night with some great information provided. So I just first of all want to say I support the previous presentations that have been given, and I don't need to go into tons of detail on all of those and rehash some of the same things. But Mr. Mounts and the folks from the JCRA, I fully support their information. I just want to say, going back to 2007, my wife, Amanda, and our two young kids at the time, we moved, we were leaving Toronto and we were looking for a place to live. So we decided we wanted to be in the West End, and we checked out 2 or 3 different places, cities and towns. And we decided on Oakville for many reasons, probably the same reasons that everybody on this call and everybody on the council have selected Oakville. At the time, once we decided on Oakville, we determined what area of Oakville do we want to live in, and we looked north, south, east, west, and we selected the house in the area we wanted to be on was Claremont Crescent. And as we got really interested in the place, there was I wouldn't say a black cloud, but there were some questions about the properties in behind. This is going back to 2007. So we heard it continually came up. Well, there's the properties behind us been zoned E1 for light industrial. And at that time, we didn't know what that meant. So we just, it was kind of a dark cloud over, are we going to do this? Are we going to make this move or not? After meeting with, spending weeks and weeks meeting with our lawyer and our real estate agent, we kind of ripped through all the information and what does E1 mean? And what does light industrial mean? And we felt at ease after hearing what it meant. It wasn't mega warehouses. It was maybe data centers or whatever E1 at the time was defined as. So we felt very comfortable in the move coming here. And fast forward 15 years later, this information just brought up to us that the things have been changed from E1 to I believe E2. I don't know all the specific details, but with higher intensity, allowing these potentially allowing these mega warehouses. So this is clearly a concern. The reason we moved here and the reason we did our research and moved into Claremont Crescent was we felt at ease at the time 15 years ago, and we just feel things have we weren't even made aware that these changes were made back in 2014 to potentially allow for such mega warehouses. So that it's a huge issue for us. There are a couple major concerns with traffic and pollution, but I think the biggest issue that my family we feel, and a lot of the neighbors I've spoke to, is noise, and you've heard that continually today. My backyard backs right onto those properties. And just here's a quick example for you. A couple of weeks ago, there was some machinery moving around out back, and I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I work from home. My wife works from home, and I was on a conference call in my office, which backs back. You know, I can see from my second floor office. I can see out back where the properties are. And the customer that I was on with asked me. They heard the beeping noise, and they asked me if that was a fire alarm. And I mentioned it wasn't, that there was some machinery moving in the back, and they had the backup beepers. So, I mean, that's one small example. And I can only imagine if there was only a couple of machines working in the back, what is it going to be when there's a 24/7 operation with, 110 and 116 bays continually going with backup beepers? What's that going to do for the quality of life for myself, my family, and all of our neighbors? And that's a major issue for us. So what we're asking for you folks is, if this is going to go ahead, if we can include the backup beepers as part of the noise regulations. And then also, you've heard it many times, but that sound wall to just make sure we do have a quality of life, and the noise that it's going to create doesn't cause huge issues for us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeish. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Exxon Chu.
Son Chu, Council looks forward to hearing from you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Burton and councilors. My name is Shin Yong Chu, and I have been a Clearview resident for the past 10 years. I think I'm here to express the concern on behalf of a Clearview resident who have signed the petition and submitted to the town, including both the digital ones and the paper copy one, about this mega warehouse located on Winston Churchill. So I guess I'm not going to repeat a lot of the great points all the previous delegation has expressed. It's a long night for all of us, but I think the key point here is not only the JCRA resident has a serious concern about those properties, those projects, the resident located in Clearview also share the same concern. I'm just going to highlight a couple of the key things here. Number one is, of course, everybody touched about that zoning bylaw. I think Oakville needs to acknowledge that the warehousing and logistics industry has grown and changed enormously since 2014 when the zoning bylaw were established. And the reassessment is required, whether the current zoning reflects the latest industry profiling under proper category, distinguishing clearly between the light versus heavy industrial use, with the proper skill, intensity, and clearly laid out. So I think that's one of the key points everybody touched. And second thing here we want to say is about the air quality. So as you know, the trucks are actually the largest source of air pollution from the vehicle, responsible for 70% of the smoke causing pollution. And it is widely known that the emission can cause respiratory issues. The diesel emission are now the primary source of the air pollution. As you can see, it will be a common practice. Those trucks will be idling during the winter because of the temperature. And with a potential 24/7 operation, that means the neighborhood will be subject to a 24 hours of a truck emission, contributing to unhealthy airs. So the air quality study needs to be incorporated with the large number of hours those trucks will be permitted to idle due to the temperature in the winter. And I think also in line with Oakville's vision to be the most livable county in Canada, residents' well-being needs to be the #1 priority factor in any decision from the town council. I think last but not least, for Clearview resident is more of the impact on traffic and congestion. I'm not going to go through a lot of the detail, which a lot of the facts and data previous delegation has already shown you. Couple of the major things is really Winston Churchill, becomes 2 lanes south of Royal Windsor, what that means to the traffic, to congestion, and what is that impact to us on the major roads forward with the Churchill, and also the access to get on and off the highway for Clearview residents. I think in a short conclusion that Oakville needs to take more time to complete a proper and a complete assessment on the submission. As you see that, let's address residents' concerns. Let's address some of this discrepancy in the studies, which is will be used as a key input to drive those decisions with a more due diligence before we make any decisions. We are counting on you, councils, to do what's right for our residents, to keep our Oakville as the most livable town in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chu, for bringing your thoughts to us tonight. Madam Clerk, would you admit the next delegation, please?
Next delegation is Feng Pan.
Feng Pan, council looks forward to hearing from you. I would tell everyone that based on the number of delegations remaining, if everyone continues to repeat what others have said rather than just say me too, I estimate that we won't get through all of you until 30 minutes after midnight. So we might want to think about that. Council has to pass a special motion to continue its meeting past 10:30 to even do that. So now might actually be a good moment to see if a member of council wants to give us a motion to go past the hour. Councillor Giddings, thank you. Is there any objection to Councillor Giddings' motion? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Giddings. Ms. Pan, we have now prepared ourselves to give you our full attention. Please share your information with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, all the councillors. My name is Feng Pan. I've been living in Oakville for almost 10 years. And I thank you for all our residents that support the say no to the warehouse. I know this today is that last day, even though we still did a paper petition campaign, and we collect 245 paper petition. And this is, the willing is to express our strong willing to say no to the warehouse. And I don't want to repeat all the details or the evidence. And I just want to let you know how we collected that 242 petitions. We started our idea on Thursday, and after that, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, then we did it and we make it. It's the address. It's not only, we didn't count people. We just counted 242 address. If we counted people, we could double or even triple that no, say to the warehouse. And all the the petition, including the resident in JCRA area, and also Clearview, as Tracy Chu mentioned, and also some resident from Chapwell. So it's, I think, not only a JCRA, and I just want to know how to submit this paper petition to the town, and this is one question. And the other question is, I know today is the last day, and I thank for JCRA present the conditions to this meeting. I'm wondering about what's the next? What's the condition? What are these conditions, and how could this condition could be proved or added to all of these meetings? I'm more worried about what could be next. I know this is the challenging time for town and for our all residents. It's pretty understanding, but please stand for our residents, and we have a so strong willing to say no to the warehouse. And yes, this is, I want to keep short. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. Thank you for coming out and thank you for walking and knocking on doors. I just want to bring some clarity. When you say just say no to a warehouse, I'm not sure if you were on at the early part of the meeting. This is a site plan application and we are advised that refusal is not part of the decision-making process. We can adjust, we can make other element changes, we can look at conditions relative to site plan, but just say no doesn't appear to be in the cards. So with that knowledge, which I'm not sure if your petitioners, the people who got petitions signed knew that, there is an offer on the table. Is it your view that we should walk away from that and continue to try and see what other mitigations or can be put in place? Because if we walk away tonight, depending on my council colleague's voice, there may not, those conditions that are, sorry, those mitigations that are being offered in the letter or those commitments from the applicant will go away.
Okay, I think at least I still say no, and also stand with the JCRA. They also say no to this warehouse. And I think when we did the paper petition campaign, I think people know today is the last day. And if the town or say no, what would happen to the next, we'll update to the provision level. I think we still keep saying no to the warehouse.
Thank you so much for answering my question.
So sorry, we are in a so difficulty and challenging time, but thank you.
No, thank you for answering my question. I appreciate you making the effort.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. Pan. Madam Clerk, would you, well, Council, you've been sitting for a very long time, as have our guests, and you haven't had even so much as a bio break. I think we're looking at 2 more hours here. Would you like to take a short 5 or 10 minute break before we resume? I'm going to take that as a yes, please, and I'll declare that it's a little past 9:55. Let's return at 10:05. That'll give us about 9 minutes for a quick dash to a glass of water or whatever. All right, welcome back. Council has been in recess for a short bio break after a very long time on this item and some time to go. Madam Clerk, before you call the next delegation, I'd like to speak to the delegations again about the possibility of, if you wish to say the same thing other delegates have said, it can be very charming if you say, I agree with, as a recent delegation did, and said that he supported everything that the Joshua Creek Residents Association had said, for example. Or not, it's your privilege to take as much time as you want, up to 10 minutes. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel? Very well. That time I noticed the little hand. It's funny how you don't always see those. All right, Madam Clerk, do you have the next delegation ready?
The next delegation is Brenda Pipitone.
Ms. Pipitone, I'm going to take a chance on that. Council's looking forward to hearing from you. And thank you very much. Thank you for unmuting. We can hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been a very long evening, and I appreciate the time and attention you have paid to this issue. My name is Brenda, correct, Pipitone, and I have lived at 381 Claremont Crescent for over 30 years. So I am one of the old residents on the street that has been referred to. we have raised our children, enjoyed all the benefits of livable Oakville, and we have all come to know and love, including the excellent schools, wonderful parks, leisure activity, and neighbors and neighborhoods that are engaging, civic-minded, and welcoming. I never imagined, quite honestly, that I'd be in the position of speaking in a community meeting, sharing both my disappointment with the process that has brought us to this point, and to have to challenge this questionable proposal for a mega warehouse that's totally incompatible with surrounding residential land. So I am going to say me too at this point in time. I support all the previous submissions from JCRA report, Kenneth and Noy's report, Des Brown, as well as the traffic report and Marian Richardson's report. So I support their recommendations. I would like to strongly encourage people to include the mitigation reports that they have put forward. I had 3 points that I wanted to make. I will state them, but I won't go into them. One was noise, one was air quality, and one was traffic congestion. I believe they have been covered by other people tonight. I just wanted to add one thing that may speak to what Jason was talking about tonight. This afternoon, my neighbor came over and visited me, and he has a app on his phone to look at sound pollution, and he took an average reading in the afternoon that's 63 decibels. Currently, the Ministry of Environment guideline outlines loud noise at 70. So I am very concerned about the mitigation of this particular mega warehouse as the #1 concern of all residents. From what I had in my presentation that I will ship to you and not cover tonight. So thank you for your time and attention. I truly do appreciate what you are hearing tonight, and hopefully what you will support us going forward.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your consideration and your information. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
Next delegation is Kenton Martin.
Mr. Martin, Council is looking forward to hearing from you. As soon as we see you, we will check into the muting, and hopefully all will be well. We see you, and there you go. I'm pretty sure we can hear you now.
Just takes a second to do. I'm Kenton Martin from Claremont. Good evening, Mayor Burton and Council. In short, I agree with the position of the JRA members, as stated earlier. I've been in manufacturing for 30 years, and I've experienced issues like we're dealing with before, but usually on the other side. I do support managed development. The experts that I've pushed this past state that this size of magnitude of building is rare in Canada, and that it's particularly rare in the backyards of Oakville residents. Their quote was, "It's a very aggressive move by Giffords to build such a mega structure." They didn't use mega. So I don't think we need experts to tell us what is wrong. I think everyone on this call tonight can sense that this magnitude of development is not reasonable within 50 meters of residents. I'm sorry that this meeting's going long, but this is very important, I guess, to our family and to our quality of working life and to our financial well-being as well. That this can affect us materially. So we do want to be heard. We would like to impact this decision. I'll skip over. I did have a number of quotes reiterating the Ontario Environmental Protection Act, but you've heard that already, so I won't reiterate that. But just to the point is 200 trucks, 24/7, with backup beepers going from 90 to 107 decibels, is going to be heard from blocks away, to quote the Ministry of Environment. Even if we reduce it to 20 at 107, that doesn't solve the problem. The solution will be distance and barriers. Again, I won't requote Section 9 of the EPA because there are limits, and there is a question whether or not the Bill 215 reduces the EPA standards or just targets municipalities who intend to have bylaws above and beyond the EPA. So I would encourage you, I guess, to take a second to reread the EPA and assess how it applies to this. I'll jump to the conclusion, and I'll be frank about my opinion of the developer trying to bully council into a decision on June 27th. This has been going on, this development, and zoning has been since 1965. So I think it really matters not whether it's June 27th or January 27th. They failed in their noise report to consider the elements of the EPA. And I think what we should ask them, or what they should be asked to do, is to extend their letter of commitment until such time that they've redone their noise report completely, presented it to council and allowed neighbors to review it, including redoing the nighttime, which is omitted, including backup beepers, which is required by the EPA, including considering this as a stationary site, which is the regulations defined, as was mentioned earlier. And also according to the EPA plan with, I'm quoting here, technical details, implementation, and maintenance as required by the Environmental Protection Act. So I think it's up to them, I think it's up to council to do their job, to send this back, particularly on the noise issue and some of the other poignant elements, until this developer has a more reasonable proposal for a extremely large development right in the backyards of residents of Oakville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Martin Singer.
Welcome, Mr. Singer. You may be muted. If so, please unmute and share your information with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Very well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I want to congratulate all of you on your ability to sit for so many hours. I'll make this as brief and untechnical as possible and use me too as much as possible. My name is Martin Singer. My wife Maria and I are seniors. We moved here in 2009 when I was offered a position in Toronto. And when I retired in about 5 or 6 years ago, we decided to stay in Oakville because we love the place. We live on Acacia Court, the new sewer capital of Oakville. So we love our neighbors, we love the neighborhood, we love the quiet, we love the mature trees. Maria loves her garden. Now we're devastated. We're devastated as seniors who are going to have our entire lives uprooted by noise, by sewer construction that will make our home more inaccessible, by a terrible impact on our quality of life as we see it. Should we leave Oakville and go somewhere else? If that's the idea, I think I'm the first senior to speak, or the first self-identified senior to speak tonight. And I think this is really, we feel just completely flummoxed by the situation that we find ourselves in. We are grateful to the JCRA and my neighbor Kevin Pye for his presentation on Acacia Court. I want to just echo their points, but particularly the Acacia Court issue. Acacia Court is going to bear an unbelievable burden in this construction. First, we're going to, before everything else, as I read the reports, and I did read the technical reports, but I'm not going to reiterate them, don't worry. The sewer has to be done before the construction. That's my understanding. So therefore, our street's going to be ripped up for God knows how many years. We face the issue of backup, sewer backup, that I think is very real. And then we're going to have to live with the consequences thereafter. Probably the impact on us, since we also have the noise issues of others, is greater than on any other. I mean, I don't want to compete with Claremont or Deer Run. We live on Acacia Court corner, Deer Run, so I have a foot in two communities, or two streets. But the impact on Acacia is just going to be the worst. So we're asking you, we're beseeching you, don't be bullied by the developers. If they insist on going the appeal, you should say, not yet. I didn't say you should say no, but in our opinion, for what it's worth, we think you should say not yet and try to work with them. And if that doesn't work and they want to appeal, well, I guess the residents will get together and decide what we should do at the provincial level. I believe that Oakville is a wonderful place and it has incredible potential, but my faith is being shaken by the current dilemma that we seem to face. I thank you all very much for your attention, and I'm sorry if I went on too long, but only 4 minutes.
I don't believe we would ever think you went on too long. Thank you very much for your information and your passion. And I believe that some of what you said, I think you may find that what you're asking for is actually close to what you're going to get. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Keith Spiller.
Mr. Spiller, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can very well, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and town staff. My name's Keith Spiller. I'm a resident on Claremont Crescent, and like many that have spoken before me, we are directly west of the properties that we're talking about tonight. I'll take Mayor Burton's advice to heart here and be as succinct as possible, and hopefully get us out of here a little bit sooner. I do support the JCRA. I do want to thank them for their outstanding work, the JCRA and their executives, and also everyone else who has spoken tonight and spoken passionately about this subject. I will keep this very brief. I won't go into many of the details because I'm just repeating. But I'll preface this with I understand this is a site plan application, not a zoning application, but not to belabor the point here, but my belief is the inclusion of the warehouses in the E2 zoning in 2014 was clearly a mistake and is not in alignment with permissible uses, nor adequately addresses the evolution and differentiation of traditional warehousing versus distribution centers or logistics hubs. No other town, and you've heard this before, no other town has permitted this use so close to residential communities. It really is a disgrace that we're in this situation in livable Oakville. And I share that frustration that many others are feeling about this. As far as just some more factual notes, noise is a big concern for me. I would point people to the peer review that was done by Dillon Engineering, and point 5 of their noise review, which does state that the Oakville bylaw 2008-098 identifies backup alarms mounted on vehicles when engaged in activities within a property as a stationary source. And the review therefore concludes that the noise feasibility study should be updated to include the assessment of backup alarms. That's just a point to raise in addition to everything else that was brought up earlier tonight. There are some other pieces. I certainly feel very, have big concern around what's going on with Acacia Court, and feel that is to the developer's benefit over the residents' benefit. And I should mention, a lot of that sewer piece is not only going into Acacia Court, but it runs down half of the park. So all of those people along Claremont are also going to feel the impacts of having this sewer line dug through and taken all the way down to Acacia Court. The other piece that I wanted to mention, and this was brought up by the JCR delegate, is the acoustic wall. And I don't see in the conditions right now of an acoustic wall running the length of the existing berm and the new proposed berm uninterrupted and enclosing those sites. So again, I would like to see that as a condition of any sort of approval, above and beyond my contempt for this whole these buildings being there in the first place. I think that probably wraps it up. Yeah, I don't need to repeat anything else that others. I feel like I'm the fourth liner on a hockey team. All the stars have already gone before me, so now it's time for the plugs to get out there and give it a go. So I thank you all for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much for coming out, as the hockey coach might have said to me. And I don't think your fourth line efforts were in any way lacking. We appreciate your time. Madam Clerk, would you please call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Jason Zhang. Not sure he's here. I don't see him.
Would you call the next delegation that you have?
So the next one after Jason is Sue Lawler.
Is she?
Yes, I see her.
Oh, good. Ms. Lawler, we're looking forward to hearing from you. I expect we probably can hear you too. Please begin. Ms. Lawler, can you hear us? Let's start with that.
Can you hear me now?
We can. We're so delighted to say. Please begin.
Did a lot of talking with no answer. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor, councilors, especially the Councilor Thiel and Giddings, who have come out so in such dedicated fashion supporting this. I'm a 10-year resident of this property and delighted then as now to move to Oakville. the commitment and the community here is astounding. My first ever, and I've lived overseas in various places. You see the evidence of that tonight with so many people coming out, speaking eloquently, working together on this issue. It would be lovely to hold on to that. It's so rare. So I spent a career in risk management, and risk management entails, first of all, a risk assessment. And this is, I think, where the whole thing falls down. So, there's been all these sort of mitigations proposed and halfway measures taken, but we haven't seen the developer do a proper risk assessment based on full use of the facilities, and also including the Winston Churchill on the Mississauga side. So others have spoken to that. Clearly we've got noise, air pollution, light, and sewers. On the sewers point, are we really going to dig up a 40-year-old residential sewer and add industrial sewage to that, which is only known in today's capacity, but down the road we don't know what that could mean. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Environmental issues are on the rise, as we all know. Grading and flooding is a huge concern. We've already seen impacts to that in Burlington in terms of flooding. We don't know, for example, what that's going to mean in terms of like how they're going to build this whole property. It's an enormous property backing straight onto us. We were here first. Why are we bringing in an industrial where we don't know if they grade it incorrectly? This could cause a huge flood issue for our whole neighborhood, like right up through, right? Not just the first line of Claremont. So it needs to be taken extremely seriously, and it looks like it's just been a light touch trying to placate us so far. So I'm supporting everything that's been done, everything that's been said today. I think we need a proper risk assessment. Then we need proper mitigants designed that will address those. We'll need development of reporting and closing any gaps. So for example, if we set thresholds of noise at X level, if those levels are exceeded, there should be immediate attention to bringing those back down, reporting on them, and closing the issue. And the developer's got to know all this up front, so they can't kind of slide along and think that they can get away with things. So I don't want to waste your time, but we really thank you for this time, and we really thank you for your attention to getting this right. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time to share those thoughts with us. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation, please?
Next delegation is Luis Estrada.
Mr. Estrada, if you can hear us, we're looking forward to your information.
Hello, I believe you hear me now.
We can hear you very well, thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity and for this proceeding, Major Burton, councilors. This is a great opportunity. I have spent 14 years living south of the border. I came to this beautiful town looking for a higher purpose with my work and a healthier environment with my family. I am a big supporter of technology. I love the comforts and the services that it makes possible, but with the growth of digital dependency has also come digital lawlessness, and it spreads beyond the screens. The asymmetric knowledge and information that corporations have, the asymmetric size and scale, and ultimately the asymmetric resources they have, make them a Goliath that no David can defend against. Statistics allow David to win one battle in 100, and this gives us some false hope. But Goliath has an army of hundreds, and that unintentionally has damaged the social fabric of this southern neighbor where I used to live. Because of these, Goliaths are programmed to win real-world monopoly. by moving faster and faster than the policy, faster than you can respond to glitches in it, faster than we can adapt to hyperscale firms. This has caused innumerable beautiful towns to quickly fall in despair, eventually hurting the social fabric. And I would hate to see this happen here. Meetings like this are opportunities for David to call the terms of a truce. And councilors, you waiting on this matter should consider this meeting a key input in your decision making when dealing with foreseen scenarios like this is. We have laws from 1965, there's zoning, there's a lot of things. People have been very technical in the last few minutes, hours, right? So why should you listen to them? Well, number one, these are citizens that move faster than you and move faster than the policy. But even they can barely organize in time to research and oppose the impact of these mega warehouses. Ultimately, they are the owners of the town. They have skin in the game, and their motive is clear. They are helping you represent the best long-term interests of Oakville. And number two, undoubtedly, you share with pride when you say that you work for Oakville, a town that distinguishes itself from all others in Lake Ontario. So it's time to rise to the occasion, to the higher purpose that your position offers. You're part of this community. The lobbying of large corporations will ultimately take away these town council meetings and make it all provincial or federal. And with it, your power to defend Oakville will go away. So use it today, use it for a higher purpose. You can set a precedent that many Goliaths would take in consideration in the future. I support the JCR position. I think people like Kenton Martin and Keith Spiel have given very good technical reasons how you can delay this decision. I understand that there's flaws in the laws, in the zoning, in many things. And I just wish that we have the support that we all expect from you. Councillor Peter Longo, you are the chair of the Halton Regional National Heritage. You have lived similar things with the Glen Abbey construction. I really hope you can help us too. Thank you very much for the time. I support the JCR position, their JCRA position, and I give the microphone back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. Madam Clerk, is the next delegation another double delegation?
Yes, it is.
All right, so this is Kenneth and Brawny Sholey. I know that the clerks will have explained to you that if you make a double presentation, you get 1 10-minute slot of time. And the previous double, they needed 20. So I'll just ask, are you prepared on those terms? And have you brought them in, Madam Clerk? There, I see them. Anyway, we look forward to your information. We've set the clock for 10 minutes in accordance with what the clerks will have briefed you on, hoping that that will accommodate you. Please begin.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, certainly we'll be within that time frame. And good evening, Mayor Burton and councilors. Thank you for staying late to hear our oral delegations. My name is Brenna Scully, and seated beside me is my husband, Kenneth. We have been residents of Ward 3 for 14 years. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments and views on the site plan applications under review. Our oral delegation this evening is to complement our written submission, which we and our neighbors, Theo and Michelle Constantopoulos, who have resided in Ward 3 for 18 years, prepared and submitted to the town of Oakville and councilors yesterday. We encourage everyone to please review our written submission as it contains significantly much more information than what we can share in 10 minutes this evening. Although both of us have technical and previous operational backgrounds in the mining industry, our delegations, written and oral, are as residents of East Oakville. Based on our high-level review of the information provided, we have outlined a number of concerns regarding several items, namely noise, air, and traffic. On the subject of noise and air quality, we reviewed the predicted mitigated nighttime sound level contours representing 45 dBA by HGC Engineering and have two key comments. In figure 1 of our written submission, the sound level contours shown by the pink lines indicate that the residential properties closest to the warehouses could be exposed to noise levels exceeding 45 dBA. Receptor 3 to the south and receptor 4 to the west are shown to be below the threshold of 45 dBA. However, these receptors are positioned farther away from the sources of sound. All models have assumptions. However, to safeguard against noise exceedances, the model values should be below the limits set by the bylaws and not be at the limits of the bylaws. The peer review conducted by HGC recommends combined modeling of noise from both sites due to cumulative effects. Given these uncertainties and the size of these distribution centers with over 200 loading bays, the town of Oakville should require the applicants to install additional air quality and noise monitoring systems. We point out that some Ministry of the Environment monitoring systems are already present on Deer Run Avenue. Installation of air quality and noise monitoring equipment would confirm if any proposed commitments as suggested by the applicants to reduce activities during the nighttime are effective. On the subject of traffic, between the two properties, there is a lot of transportation information, and people have discussed that this evening. We wish that there could have been an in-person open house meeting with presentations by the consultants to really understand the traffic modeling and the underlying assumptions. As a simple exercise, we looked at the Winston Churchill Boulevard Barrel Road intersection since it was closest to these properties and most of the inbound and outbound traffic flows would flow through this intersection. We could not reconcile the balances with additional vehicle movements. In our written submission, we made several comments where the assumptions for the modeling were not clear to us. Paradigm Transportation Solutions completed peer reviews of the transportation impact studies on both properties, and in one of the reviews indicated current traffic movements related to turning at several intersections as poor and requiring mitigation. However, Paradigm's reviews do not appear to differentiate between automobile turning and transport truck turning and the combined impacts of the expected increases of vehicle movement from both properties. We want to be clear that public safety is paramount. We sense that there will be increased congestion on the Royal Windsor Avenue, Ford Drive, Barrel Road corridors. It isn't clear how vehicles exiting these sites will be able to turn into single lane traffic heading northbound on Winston Churchill Boulevard during peak traffic periods in a safe manner. Crozier and Associates indicated 22 truck movements during the morning peak period. We assume that other property will have the same amount of truck movements. Therefore, it can be estimated that there will be possibly transport truck movements onto Winston Churchill almost every minute. Before any final approvals, the town of Oakville should conduct an inclusive traffic impact study for the Royal Windsor Avenue, Ford Drive, Barrel Road corridors. This should include a 2022 baseline of data post-COVID-19 and all forecasted warehousing developments in the area, including new and proposed warehouses in Mississauga. This will flag key congestion and safety concerns to ensure that any potential remedies can be carried out.
Yeah, I just want to add one quick comment that I've been hearing tonight. So we're talking about transport trucks here for these warehouses, not trucks in general, transport trucks. So Brenda's already mentioned that 22 movements were referenced in the modeling. This is in the peak hour. As you've heard earlier, there's 110 loading bays. So think of the ratio. You're looking at a 20% turnover of the bays just in that peak hour. Think of that. You've heard a lot about the traffic going up and down the Winston Churchill Boulevard. My common sense tells me a lot of the traffic off the QEW is going to come via Royal Windsor. So this will be an Oakville concern, not just going up Winston Churchill Boulevard. And those intersections that were identified by the peer review are now going to get exacerbated. Again, those intersections, the trucks are moving slower. Remember that we're going to have a big jam up. In mining, we have a lot of software that does that kind of indication of queuing and how you get jam ups. I did not see that in the analysis in the reports that were provided here. Brenna?
So to support the town of Oakville's 2050 net zero carbon targets, the town should require the applicants to select best available technologies economically available. This is commonly known as BATEA. For example, electric shunt yard trucks and electric forklifts can be used to reduce diesel emissions and to reduce noise levels. To conclude, we remind council to please review our written submission. In our delegations, we have reviewed at a high level the overall impacts to noise, air, and traffic, and identified several areas of concern. We also offered ideas for mitigation of noise and air quality issues, including continuous monitoring and recording and electrification of equipment. We asked members of council to not approve the site plan applications until these concerns are adequately addressed by the applicants. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your contributions tonight. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
The next delegation is Dennis Frawley.
Hello, Mr. Frawley. Thank you for coming. If there you go. I think we probably can hear you now. Please begin.
Can you hear me now?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Just a quick thank you. I'll be very brief, and I want to thank the council and the mayor and the staff for all the work on this and all the work that the other delegates have parties that have spoken have put into their presentations, and all the work that the JCRA has done. The themes seem to cross over all of them. I do have concern, and I think the site, the development itself is too large for the site. But if nothing can be done about that, then I think that it's really crucial that the noise wall, that the sound barrier that the town insists that the sound barrier be encircled the property on all three sides, other than the Winston Churchill side, to reduce the impact on residents. And I am a little south of there on Cancel Road, my family and I. But I think we'll still be able to hear, if there's no sound barrier, we're still going to be able to hear all the noise from the trucks backing up and everything else that will be going on the property. Another point, and maybe this is covered in the way that this is dealt with the developer, but if landscaping, to the extent that landscaping is being used as a buffer, I would hope that there's some assurance that the landscaping is mature enough or tall enough that it actually will be a buffer now and not a buffer a generation from now. Because the impact of the noise will be felt immediately. And on the issue of the noise, it seems like there is inadequate or incomplete information, and the basis upon which and the assumptions that went into the noise reports did not really take account of the noise of trucks backing up in particular, and some other things, and also the cumulative impacts of there now being three large warehouses running up and down Winston Churchill. The other area of noise that's been addressed by all the others, and I want to add my support for a lot of the other comments that were made. In the area of traffic, I think that from what I've read, and I did my best to read through a number of the reports, but it seemed like the traffic assumptions didn't seem to make align with lived reality and the reality of the increased number of warehouses and other things in that industrial zone. And so I think that the traffic impact needs to be better understood. Air quality has been touched on by others as well, and I think it's important. But one thing that, and it's primarily from idling diesel trucks and idling trucks and movement in the within the warehouse area. But I think another area that I have as a concern is that whatever is in the warehouses, there are sometimes, mishaps in warehouses. There can be warehouse fires. And if there are consumer goods, and I know they'll have a fire suppression system and everything else, but at warehouses of that size, if it's any number of goods these days, often contain, plastics, heavy metals, and all sorts of other toxic substances that we don't think of as being very noxious, but if they're set on fire in a large quantity, it would have an immediate impact on the surrounding community, and the community here is very close. The last point I wanted to make, because I don't think I saw anything mentioned in any of the reports, is I wonder if the impact of these developments on the Ian Anderson House has been considered. It's an important resource for the region. It's supposed to be a place of rest and respite, and I don't know how the impact of this development will be felt on those that need to, unfortunately, spend some time in that facility. And I will leave it at that. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for your contributions tonight. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Next delegation is Randy Rutherford.
Mr. Rutherford, welcome. If you are muted, unmute yourself, please. Council looks forward to hearing from you.
I think you can hear me.
We can hear you very well, thank you. Well, maybe not very well. If you get closer to your microphone, we might hear you better.
Yep. How's that?
Marginally better. I think we can hear you now.
How about now?
That's even better.
Very good.
Keep
Sorry
coming
about
closer. You're getting somewhere.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mayor Burton, councillors and staff, to be in the discussion. And I'm going to come back to the hockey analogy from a few delegates ago and say that I view this council as my dream team. If I had to have a council represent me, this council has been successful, and I was involved with the gas plant. I wasn't involved, but Glen Abbey has been dealt with, and so is Amazon. And when I think about a dream team to come to the table here, I'm counting on you. And I will go into more what I think about the position that we find ourselves in, and what we should do. And I won't use the slides. We'll just skip that. I've been a resident in Oakville for 50 years. So that's longer maybe than some councillors have been around, and since 1970. And I'm proud to be an Oakville citizen, and I support the progress and development that I've seen in Oakville, provided it's reasonable and balanced. And I understand there will be development on Winston Churchill, and I'm not against it. So I just want to make that clear as we go forward. I also own warehouse facilities, but not here. They're down in the Niagara Peninsula. I'm familiar with some of the regulations and requirements that I face, and I'm going to comment on that in hope that it will be helpful. But first, I'd like to say that since I had open heart surgery, for my recovery, I need to walk for an hour a day, and I walk along Deer Run, up Winston Churchill, across Barrel Road, and down Ford Drive, and it's risky already. I'll number my questions for the planning department, or Mayor Mayor Burton, for whoever is going to answer. My first one is, how many people from the planning department have walked these streets? I need continued use of these streets because for me, when I'm able to walk it, for my rehabilitation and my treatment plan, I wish not to have to drive to another neighborhood. And I would like the planning department to tell me if they've walked them, because it's already dangerous. And I'm worried now that I've heard tonight there's two entrances. One is which will have pedestrian crossing, and another where I hear that it's not going to be safely provided for. And I don't know why there isn't only one entrance that has proper transport truck entrance, so I don't take a risk of being run over by a truck at a second entrance that is too close to the other one. To me, that's the developer's problem. And I want to know, second question, what measures town planners are implementing to ensure the safety of people like me who are recovering from heart surgery, cyclists. I used to cycle along Winston Churchill, and I have for almost 50 years. Joggers, there's children using the area, especially the park that was supposed to be a buffer zone along those streets. Next thing that I wanted to mention, I'd like answers for those two questions, please. The renewal and development of our neighborhood for expanded use. For all of my heroes on council, have you noticed when that transport truck comes in the spring with the delivery of the green bags of soil? Because I believe most people on every street would hear that one truck. We're about to have hundreds of trucks and hundreds of trips each day outside of business hours when I need to have use of my neighborhood, and I also need to sleep. And I found the 2014 or whenever the change was from E1 to E2 as a almost misleading, because when you hear about warehousing, this thing is now a distribution center. And for whoever is calling it the same thing, I would like them to explain how they would view that at the end of their street. That's my fourth question, or third. I scaled a hill and took a picture of the over 100 trucks at Ford, but I don't know if anybody on council or in planning has walked along Barrel Road. System 55 is there already, and there between stored trucks and moving trucks, there's over 100. I don't know if you're aware of that. Also, Blue Dot Tank Lines is there. We have Grant Haulage from Ash Grove Cement and Trimac from Canada. And so it's not just these trucks we're contending with. Next question. Which town planners would say at this meeting 226 trucks operating overnight 24/7 would be okay behind their homes? Next question I'd like answered. What planning limit for trucks is there in our neighborhood? I honestly don't know. I'd like to know what the limit is. I'll skip a little bit forward. One of the things I'd like to know is how much are the town and region budget for development of renewal and updating the infrastructure? And how much is the province? I'd like that question answered. Next question I'd like answered, if there's no cost to the town or region, how is this possible that the town could be saying we planned for a massive 226 dock warehouse and traffic load in our neighborhood and there is no cost? Next question, is there a better use then, if there is town money, for that budget and land, be it daycares, seniors living? I'm sure you guys have a shortage of budget funds and not a surplus, and I would argue probably things you wish to do that might be more important than what might be spent here. So in conclusion, I wonder, the person from planning at the start of the meeting suggested it would be. So staff is facilitating the developer from what I gather. I would like to know if the planning department views working with the developer and citizens like the JCRA the right process, or if they just represent working with the developer. I just don't know. I liked Councillor Grant's comments that in his case, he wanted the developer to come to the table. And I'm going to move on to the warehousing that I own. We're not allowed to operate after midnight, and we don't have transport trucks at my warehouse. As a matter of fact, we don't really have trucks of any size other than the ones that you see from DHL and couriers. And we don't open till 7 in the morning. This developer, I argue, is smiling at all of us and sticking it in our ear a little bit to say, wow, I can't believe I'm going to get 7 days a week, 365 for this scale of warehouse. And it may be that all of us, council and citizens, our hands are tied. But I'm going to answer Councillor Hazlet-Teal's question, even though you haven't asked me. And I believe that, I don't know if it's OMB, I'm not familiar with where this goes next, but the developer has 3 or 4 contingency plans, and I don't believe we're anywhere close to them yet. He's got a pretty ideal thing going on. He's threatening, oh, you won't get the tidbits I've given. Whoever it is, whether it's OMB or LRT, whoever it was, they're going to approve it. I understand that, but they're not going to give the developer their 100% and say, town, you get 0. And I would like the council to walk away from this and say, let's go to the next level, because that developer, in my view, hasn't given much of anything yet. And I believe we can only get a better deal. And I believe you have the negotiating stance to be able to do that. It feels like, folks, we have the Ottawa truck convoy coming to Oakville to dictate to us what negotiating. I don't agree with that. I believe that there's a process here that we can use to work out, because I think a warehouse is a great idea if it was like mine. And you had to close at midnight, open at 7. And these guys, my warehouse is not even a fraction of something like this, but it's not small either. And I work with council there to figure out, because we have residents along one of our streets too. I don't want to operate through the night on them. It's not fair. So I'm asking everybody, who are my heroes from the gas, whereas rich or richer than this developer. Don't throw in the towel. You've proven you can do it. Please walk away and let's go to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rutherford, for your detailed advice. Madam Clerk, the next delegation, please.
Next delegation is Ashley Mins and Scott Arbuckle from IBI Group.
Welcome, welcome, Ms. Mins. You appear to be on mute to me. And if you are, unmute and please share your information with council.
So it's actually Scott who is supposed to be presenting.
All right. You might want to speak louder or move closer to your microphone as well.
Sorry, it's supposed to be Scott who is presenting.
Ah, well, Scott has just appeared. He may be on mute. Now he's not. Where did he go?
He's there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Planning Council. Thanks for entertaining us at this late juncture of the evening. Madam Clerk, I had a very short slide deck. Do you have that available for council? Wonderful, thank you very much. I am going to dispense with much of this, council. It was dealt with quite effectively by Mr. Charles. So I'll sort of get to the heart of the matter. There were really, I guess, having listened to all the delegations tonight, there were a number of things that essentially, if I could, I'd like to clarify some concerns that have frankly actually been addressed
but it seems that there has been some missing information perhaps. So I guess at the outset, I just wanted to state that certainly I wanted to correct, it isn't IBI Properties. I'm a planner with IBI Group. As council knows, it's One Properties who owns the site. So I just wanted to clarify that right off the top. Certainly on behalf of One Properties, we concur with the staff report, its findings, its recommendations to Planning and Development Council. We're in agreement with conditions as stated, and they are a lengthy list of conditions. And we certainly want to highlight, you know, this goes back to Councillor Grant's comments on the previous application and the frustration of development not working with council. This is an application that's been in play for the better part of 2 years now. It's actually been an application that had been dealt with in previous iterations through previous landowners. And I've been involved in those. And One Properties has always been quite good about going to the public, working with council, working with staff through the process. I do wish to acknowledge Ms. Chalmers' comment with respect to One Properties hosting an open house last fall. We were certainly happy to do that, even though there was no statutory obligation to do so. So there's been an awful lot of detailed study and analysis done here. That's including study that hasn't been required or mandated under the planning process for site plan approval, particularly around the land use compatibility. It wasn't a question of use, but we went ahead and did that study anyways because it was a concern to the residents, and we wanted to allay that concern as much as we possibly could. First, if I could we just flip to the next page in the presentation, please? I just wanted to speak quickly to sorry, I have dogs in the background. To Mr. Charles' comment with respect to the zoning on the site. Can we have the next slide as well? So just to reiterate, going back to the better part of 1965, the site has been designated for industrial, for warehouse use. It's existed in one form or another. So in the 1965 136 bylaw, the M1 light industrial permitted warehousing and storage within closed buildings. That was modified in an 84 bylaw. I know some folks have referenced the E1 zoning, where warehousing wasn't a separate defined use, but it was a use permitted under light industrial. And then that was modified again in the 2014 E2 zoning, where it was a very specific provision. There were also very specific provided with respect to how the site had to develop in terms of its limitations on height relative to the adjacent residential. So I just wanted to correct that with respect to the warehousing, that it's already been there. Or sorry, that it has always been there. Also wanted to just, if we could flip to the next slide, please. In terms of the layout of the site itself, from day one, it's been, I would say, very thoughtful in terms of the residential adjacencies. So we have the creek behind us, we have the park, then we have residential backyards. There's about for 700 and 750 Winston Churchill Boulevard, there's about 130 meters of separation from the back of the building to the residential property yards. To the truck court, there's approximately 240, 250 meters of separation. So that's the area of activity. What we looked at in this site layout was really effectively the building itself being the noise attenuation for the site. So I know there's been discussion about, well, let's put a noise wall around the entire property. I don't know if that was in the context of this site or the adjacent site, but simply put, the building itself is the noise wall quite substantially. Now, there is a noise wall on the south side of the site, a small wing wall on the north portion of the site, but primarily it's the building that's providing the acoustical mitigation. There was a lot of comment about backup beepers, and I think there's some confusion there. Certainly the initial study that was done on behalf of One Properties did not include the backup beepers, and that was a MECP as well as a Halton guideline where it wasn't required. That was added after it was requested by the peer reviewers. So all of the updated noise studies do include backup beepers. And essentially, you know, from from our perspective, the critical finding is what's happening at nighttime, when people are trying to sleep, quite frankly. And the finding is that in nighttime, we're around 36 decibels, which is considerably under the 45 that's permitted in the guideline itself. We've also added rooftop screening units, screening for the rooftop units on the back building. That isn't a requirement in terms of acoustical mitigation, but let's be careful and make sure that there isn't an issue there. In terms of some of the commentary on traffic, I did want to correct the concern that it hadn't properly considered adjacent development. There was an evolving nature in the study itself, originally done by our folks, updated as other developments were coming online, both in terms of planning and actual construction. That was identified in the peer review and that was added through the process. So where we stand now certainly is a traffic study that considers every development that's happening in the area. It was also studied before COVID-19, so we got a realistic interpretation of what the traffic situation is on the adjacent road network. Studying it, as some people have pointed out, through 2020 or 2021 would obviously give us a skewed picture. So those numbers are pre-COVID, so we're certain that we've hit the right traffic volumes. Also wanted to mention Winston Churchill Boulevard is a major arterial. It's expected to handle 40 to 60,000 vehicles per day. Currently handles about 10% of that. So there's significant volume available in the roadway. I also wanted to correct the misinterpretation that there isn't any road improvements associated with this particular development. Certainly Winston Churchill doesn't need to be improved for its entire length to, for instance, a 4-lane arterial right now. But there's a significant number of improvements around this property and the property immediately across in Mississauga. So there's a full intersection being provided, and then there will be turn lanes associated with this site and the adjacent site as well. We just flip to the next slide, please. We'll go on to the next one. That's fine. Thanks. Wanted to give you an impression of what the building would look like through the adjacent park. So this is a photorealistic interpretation. This is photorealism, a photo of the park itself. Kids are obviously superimposed, but these are the trees that exist there today. The building's then superimposed in the rear. So certainly during the time when the trees are in leaf in the summer, there's very little of the building that would actually be visible. That condition obviously changes in the winter, but it's not a time where a lot of people are out doing things in their backyard. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial view of the same thing, again, showing the distance separation. The design of the building, I should mention, in terms of its west face, is a front face of a building. So when the building is visible through the trees in the winter, you're looking at the nice architecture of the front of a building. You're not looking at the truck board or anything like that. And finally, the last slide. So in terms of all the work that was done on land use compatibility and the noise study findings, again, the 2 red lines signify the noise walls that are required. You can see by the location of the wall on the south side, so the longer wall, that's coming up tight against that south building. And again, it reflects the condition I mentioned before, where the building itself is acting as the acoustical mitigation. So I'll leave you with that tonight. Sorry, I couldn't have done that any faster, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much for the time you took to bring that information. Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel has a question for you.
Thank you for staying late into the night. You've heard a significant number of concerns about some of the data, how the data has been compiled, how it's been analyzed. And while I appreciate that you have commented that there's been engagement, and you certainly have done lots of diligence around some additional reports. On behalf of the applicant, hearing the amount of concerns that are there, what can you offer us in terms of some additional time to get clearer understanding of the full utilization of this site and how we mitigate it beyond what you have put forward at this point?
Through you, Your Worship, thank you for the question. I believe that time has been taken and been taken well. Staff have done their review. The studies have gone out for peer review, the land use compatibility, the noise study, the traffic study, those have come back. Certainly there are some minor modifications that have been requested by the peer reviewers. There's no what we would call deal breakers in any of that. The application itself is extremely well conditioned, perhaps better conditioned than I've seen any other project. And there's still homework to be done there. So I think staff have done a tremendous job of providing this council a list of conditions that you can be comfortable moving forward with, understanding they need to be filled before anything happens on this site.
So in terms of things like the request for some quantification about the use of the docks at night, not just will endeavor to reduce dock usage at night, but a quantification. Would you commit to something like that on behalf of the applicant?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm not prepared to commit to anything other than what is already in the conditions. I mean, we're talking theoretics at this point. I don't know what reduction means. I think, again, it's extremely well conditioned and we're prepared to move forward on that basis.
So I guess the condition would be that individuals, so you've talked about putting limits on the docks in the evenings, but we don't know, sir, if that's 1, 2, if that's, you know, you're just not going to turn over the docks as frequently. Do you have any additional information that would give comfort to the folks, as you say, who are trying to get some sleep at night?
But through you, Your Worship, there aren't tenants for the building, so I can't offer specifics in terms of how the site will operate. It's beyond the purview of site plan approval. I think the condition that stands most appropriately to deal with this is the expectation that there will be updated studies provided to the satisfaction of the municipality and obviously your peer reviewers. Those studies are substantially complete now. Again, there were no deal breakers indicated, but if there's further analysis that's warranted, we're happy to undertake that.
Thank you.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to the delegation. Further to Councillor Hazlitt-Thiel's question, you mentioned that there aren't any tenants at this time for the buildings. So you wouldn't be able to comment on hours of operation, for example. Without any tenants in place, could something like that be worked into the lease agreement to limit what we would consider to be after hours usage and the intensity of that?
But through you, Your Worship, again, I don't know what's being proposed in terms of this reduction. What we have now is a site that operates within all parameters from acoustical mitigation, land use compatibility, traffic impact perspective. So I'm hesitant to say what the reduction would be, how it might impact commercial viability of any tenants or any leases.
I appreciate that. Is it worth a discussion?
Through your worship, again, I reiterate, I think there is a full stable of conditions that should make the town comfortable as they stand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arbuckle, for your information and your answers. Madam Clerk, would you call the next delegation?
Our last listed delegation is Catherine Rosher from MHBC Planning.
Hello, Ms. Rosher. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, Mayor Burton. Can you hear me? This is actually Mr. Kamal, Kamal from MHBC.
Mr. Kamal, we hear you very well, and I apologize for any confusion.
No, that's okay. Apologies on our end for the confusion. I do have a presentation. If that could be brought up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Burton, members of council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Oz Kamal. I'm a partner at MHBC Planning, and I'm joined tonight by our client Blackwood Partners, as well as several members of our consulting team. Similar to Mr. Arbuckle previously, I do echo that Mr. Charles did do a fairly comprehensive presentation at the beginning, so I might skip a couple slides. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And the next slide again. This is just showing our site in the area. It's approximately 32 acres in size for the 560 Winston Churchill property on its own. Next slide, please. This is just to highlight again that this is a provincially significant employment area. You can see the area highlighted in red for the 560 lands, as well as, and then the lands just to the north of the 772 lands. Next slide, please. Again, these are employment areas by the region of Halton and business employment through the town of Oakville official plan. Next slide, please. And the zoning for it is business employment with special provisions related to outside storage. The E2 zone does permit warehouse uses under the current zoning. Next slide, please. This is a concept site plan just showing how some of the aspects of the site, similar to the 772 proposal. Building B is being oriented in a manner with buildings A and C to create a centralized truck port. Essentially, building B acts as the noise barrier to the loading movements of that are happening within the site. And then on the what is paper south, which would be the west side, would be the office uses, the red squares denoting approximate office locations. Next slide, please. Just some general stats about our site. So we do have 3 buildings totaling approximately 636 square feet. We have similar height restrictions as noted by Mr. Charles at the beginning. So buildings A and B are about 11 meters in height, and building C is approximately just north of 13 meters in height. Overall, car parking proposed is 417 with 20 accessible, 20 bicycle parking spaces, and 111 loading spaces. Next slide, please. This is an aerial overhead view taken from, which is a high quality rendering of the site from an air shot. Next slide, please. This would be the perspective along Winston Churchill. It's just showing the quality of what we're proposing with respect to the office. Next slide, please. This is a shot from the rear. This would be taken from the path at about 10 feet in the air with you can see the 2.5 meter berm, which we're proposing with enhancements of landscaping superimposed on it. Next slide, please. Again, similar to the 772 proposal, various studies and plans have been submitted in support of this application, and they have gone through town staff as well as regional staff, as well as the town and region have hired third-party reviewers with respect to the acoustical study, land use compatibility study, and the region hired a reviewer for the traffic study. Next slide, please. The land use compatibility study was peer reviewed by Dillon Consulting. The peer review agreed with the characterization of the sources of the proposed facility and the conclusion that there would be no adverse effects. Next slide, please. Similarly with the noise study, it was also peer reviewed by Dillon Consulting. The peer review requested some additional clarifications, which is a condition of approval based on the town's report. The worst case cumulative impact based on the peer review is expected to yield an imperceptible impact, but they have asked that this study be updated to reflect that. So we are working on getting that study updated for a submission to hopefully clear conditions. To confirm the, sorry, go ahead, next slide, please. Again, the traffic study was submitted and it's currently being revised to address some of the comments received. The proposed development will generate approximately 121 vehicle trips, of which 25 would be heavy vehicle trips, so transport trucks at peak times. Truck traffic is expected to arrive and depart from the north to the QEW. Truck traffic access is anticipated to be via stop control within the stop control with right in, right out, and the south access is anticipated to be right in, right out as well. So the stop control would be the central access point to the site where trucks could make a left out and go up to the QEW. And the positioning of our access points, it took several meetings with Peel Region, and it was and we had to do significant redesign in order to accommodate the location of that intersection. That was at the request of Peel Region. So a fairly significant amount of consultation with the regional review team with respect to traffic has occurred, and as well as we've received town comments as well on traffic and have been working to address their comments as well. Next slide, please. This is just showing the location of the proposed sanitary easement that would connect to Acacia Court. Next slide, please. As noted, we had retained acoustical specialist HGC to complete a noise assessment and investigate potential noise impact from the proposed warehouse facility onto the surrounding residential areas. The analysis concluded that sound emissions from the proposed facility has the potential to exceed allowable limit on the east side of Winston Churchill. So on the east side of Winston Churchill, under a worst case scenario, the noise mitigation measures in the form of an acoustical barrier or administrative controls from the development have been recommended, which you see there, the noise walls, 4.5 meter noise walls along Winston Churchill are being incorporated. And then there's also a restriction of the 12 loading bays closest to Winston Churchill as well. So they'll have some restrictions on when those can be operated. And on building A to ensure compliance with acceptable noise standards. In addition to this, a new berm is required along the south side. So that's paper, the right side of the, if you're looking at the paper, so you can see where it says new berm. This was based on an OMB settlement years ago where they required a 2.5 meter berm. We did host a community meeting with the 772 folks. And some of the things that we heard from residents was, we understand what the minimum is. You're doing the minimum. Could you do a little bit more? So we looked at this and we actually were able to accommodate a 3 meter tall berm with enhanced landscaping. So that's what we're proposing here versus the 2.5 meter berm. Next slide. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if you've generated any questions. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you for staying late into the night and for your presentation. You have heard multiple residents who have significant backgrounds and have pored over the data, be very concerned about some gaps in terms of the base assumptions that have been made in regards to transportation in and out of the facility. And those base assumptions are what drive the assessment of noise and vibration and emissions. Given that feedback that you're receiving, which is far more comprehensive, I think, than perhaps you might have realized from a public consultation where they were really in the dark about a lot of things, would you be prepared to give some additional time for council to have you work through that full utilization analysis and finalize some of those studies rather than rush a decision as the residents have suggested you are?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. With respect to our application, we've been going at this now for well, it's been about 2 years, and similar to the 772 application, we've provided studies and have been into third submissions with studies addressing comments. And through that review process, the town and the region both have also hired third-party peer reviewers who have all looked at this, have all looked at the studies. And while there's some additional information to be provided, even the peer reviewers are not anticipating any major impact from that. So I think the way that the report is structured is that it's conditional on these reports being updated and submitted to the satisfaction of the town, the region, and the peer reviewers. So I think that it's at a good place now where we should be able to move on conditional approval with the way that it is today.
And in terms of my question in regards to the docks, you in fact have included and been required, I believe, by one of the reports to put some controls in place on part of your docks. Can you give the residents any level of quantity of docks that you're going to reduce at night, operating hours that you might adjust?
Unfortunately, we're in the same boat in that we don't have tenants. So it's very difficult for us to presuppose the operations that are going to be coming in here when there's no tenants. So other than the requirements of the noise study, which were related to noise mitigation to the east side of Winston Churchill, I don't think there's anything else that we could commit to at this time without knowing who our tenants are, which we don't.
Thank you for your answers.
I'd like to ask you to clarify what you said about 12 docks. You said 12 docks with a blue line around them. Could you just explain what that meant?
So what ended up happening through our noise review was that the docks on building A, the first 14 docks, there were some noise exceedances. So what was requested was that we limit some operations of those docks. So that's what I was just highlighting in our presentation, was that the noise study, it's not that the noise studies just come back automatically clean. They do recommend in instances where there are exceedances that there has to be some restricted loading bay operations, and we're prepared to do that to make sure that the site functions within the MECP guideline.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, Council, Councillor Elgar.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Burton. Just a quick question. One of the presenters, or the couple that presented tonight, talked about the receptors were put in a location which would make the decibels come in at 45 or around 45 or below, but they weren't at the proper location. What do you know about that? They were from the mining industry. They seem to be experts in the field also. And they noticed that some of the places the noise level would exceed 45 decibels.
Through you, Mayor Burton. Thank you, Councillor Elgar. I did hear that comment as well. I do know that one of the conditions of the site plan approval is to submit a modified noise study to just look at some of the comments received. We'll take a look at the receptor placements, but there was no comments that we saw from the town, region, or peer reviewers that suggested that the receptors were not in an appropriate location. But we will take a look at that through our resub.
Now, with regard to the backup beepers, which are quite loud, are they going to be included if you're doing any more studies?
Yes.
Like that, they will be included as part of the noise,
yeah,
and the shunting, because I think there was coupling and decoupling and shunting. So all of those things will be added.
I think all of the all of the requests and clarifications that were put in through the comments from city staff and the peer reviewer, we're looking at that, and we would be updating the reports to make sure that that's adequately addressed. Because again, this is a conditional approval, so if we can't, we have to clear the conditions to get the approval.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't want to delay things much longer. However, I would appreciate the ability to go into camera briefly to receive some solicitor advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose. Just have a few quick questions.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Kreml? Mr. Kreml, thank you very much for the time you took and the time you stayed. And we will now confine the matter to table. Councillor Giddings is in order to move that council resolve into a session closed to the public for the purpose of receiving advice subject to solicitor-client privilege and the communications necessary therefore. Is there any objection to Councillor Giddings' motion? Madam Clerk, there is none, and therefore that carries. And since we know it takes several minutes to do all the technological transitioning to a session closed to the public, I will offer you another 10-minute break. How's that strike you? I see smiles. All right, we are in recess until 11:45. Welcome back. Council has briefly been in a session closed to the public for the purpose of receiving advice subject to solicitor-client privilege and the communications necessary therefore. We've certainly had a lot of opportunity to consider this matter tonight, and I would like to accept the motion to adopt the revised staff recommendation from Councillor Adams, and I'll ask if there's any question or debate. Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Adams, for moving it. Based on the discussions we've heard and the feedback from the proponents and more importantly from the public, I'm not able to support the site plan. I understand fully the purpose of site plan and the limitations that we have on it. My concern is we aren't in full receipt of all the information that quite frankly we were expecting and that would help in making a decision on this. And so for that reason, I'm not able to support the motion before us.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Hazlett-Thiel.
I'm going to concur with Councillor Giddings. There is information that the public does not have. There are questions in regards to gaps and how the data was gathered. There are serious concerns with what is the level of mitigation that really is going to be agreed to, and that is that's a responsibility that I think we have to take very seriously. This is not a decision that of something that's going to disappear in 1 or 2 years. It is a decision that is a long standing. And frankly, I have to state that the residents have worked incredibly hard to be objective. This is not about not in your backyard. It's about the fact that we have actually allowed a development to have land use permissions that have scale and intensity that just is unimaginable abutting a residential property. And I think all of you heard tonight, the individuals, they're not asking you to, they're not saying that they don't want employment use, but the scale and intensity of this, and I recognize it's site plan, but it needs to be said, we need to do better. We need to do better for them because our land use permissions have not evolved and addressed scale and intensity the way they should. And so I really have appreciated all your patience tonight. I know that it is incredibly late. I cannot support this. It is in the wrong place, and just the lack of clarity and willingness to really get that information in the public realm more clear. It needed to be there tonight, or I just, so my answer is I can't support the motion as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Elgar.
Thank you very much, Mayor Burton. Through you to the rest of council. I listened intently tonight to all the residents that have spoken. They have read all the reports. They can see the holes. But I think at 226 docks between the two properties and backup beavers, which will drive you nuts, 24 hours a day operation, I'm very concerned that something has gone wrong here. And I really like the idea that take a little more time and get it right and get all the residents with us. So unfortunately, I can't support the motion before us tonight, but I'm hoping that maybe things will change going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elgar. Councillor Grant.
Thank you. I wish that, and I will support, of course, the local councillors and their motion. But my concern is that what Councillor Nolan and I had in our community is being lost for the fact that they've decided to move it to a different platform. So I would like to say that I'm very happy that we've had so many people in this community, in that community, come forward and say what they want about this development. I'm very concerned with the fact that what we are facing in the northern communities may be stopped by the fact that they just want to jump the shark and go to make sure that the provincial government decides for us all. So, nevertheless, thank you very much for all the people who came forward, and thank you for the local residents who came forward, and thank you for our the people who represent those who've made sure that we are ensuring that their voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant. Before we go to second timers, Councillor Giddings is going to be our first second timer. Is anyone else wanting to speak? I can tell you that I do. I am satisfied that staff have created a site plan recommendation that is conditioned on the applicant mitigating operation at full capacity, which is what I advised the residents to expect and what I advised that I was sure staff would deliver. And in those circumstances, I am happy to vote in favor of the recommendation. And I'll explain that this is the best we're going to be able to do. We're going to get full mitigation for operation at full capacity, and there isn't any site plan decision better than that. As well, the information that is provided by the applicant in order to meet the conditions can and will be made public. The information provided by the peer reviewers of that information can and will be made public. And therefore, I'm looking forward to getting the best possible result from this case. Councillor Giddings?
No, he's talking.
I'm afraid that you'll need to turn on your microphone if you want to share that with us.
My hand went to sleep, sorry. Just like to thank our council colleagues for their time and efforts tonight, that of the residents, and to request a recorded vote.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, call the vote?
Councillor Dudek. Oh, she's muted.
Sorry, yes.
Councillor Chisholm.
Yes.
Councillor Giddings.
No.
Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
No.
Councillor Elgar.
No.
Councillor Longo.
Yes.
Mayor Burton.
Yes.
Councillor Noel.
Yes.
Councillor Grant.
Yes.
Councillor Adams.
Yes.
Councillor Lischina.
Yes.
Councillor Palmer.
Yes.
So it wins 9-3.
Thank you, everybody, for your careful consideration of this matter. We have actually no other business on the agenda except to rise and report to council. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, your hand is up. Are you perhaps moving that we rise and report to council? Thank you very much. Is there any objection to Councillor Haslett-Thiel's motion? There being none, I declare that carried. I rise and report the Committee of the Whole has met and has made recommendations on confidential consent item 5.1 and public hearing items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 6.4, discussion items 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4, as noted by the clerk. I need a mover and seconder for the report. Councillor Knoll and Councillor Chisholm, thank you. Councillor Haslett-Thiel, your hand is up. Do I need to? Oh, okay, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there being none, the report is adopted. Is there any emergency congratulatory or condolence matter to come before council at this time? Thank you. It would be in order to have a mover and seconder for consideration and reading of the bylaws. Councillor Grant and Councillor Elgar, thank you very much. This is for the bylaws as listed in the agenda, taking note that 12.3 and 12.4 were not passed. And is there any objection to the motion? Madam Clerk, there being none, the bylaws are considered and read and passed. It's been terrific working with you tonight, even if it has been longer than usual. And I think everyone made great contributions to our decisions. And that is the end of the meeting. Good night.
Thank you, everybody.